CMA Raju Iyer sir, President of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. CMA H. Padmanabhan sir, Chairman SAFA, PAIB Committee and Council Member ICAI. CMA Vijendra Sharma ji, Vice President ICAI. CA Nihar Jambusaria, Vice President SAFA. President SAFA will join virtually. CMA Georgie Nayanan, Managing Director, Travancore Titanium. CMA Shankar Panikar, Chairman SIRC ICAI. CMA Hari Prasad, Chairman Trivandrum Chapter. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, a hearty welcome to one and all to the Conference on Future of Accounting Profession, Challenges and Opportunities organized by SAFA Committee on Professional Accountants in Business, hosted by the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Before moving to the inaugural session, let us begin the function with our Institute anthem.
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityormamritam gamaya. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityormamritam gamaya. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityormamritam gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
I request CMA Neeraj Joshi sir to join the dais. I request CMA Niranjan Mishra ji to join the dais. I request the dignitaries to join together to light the lamp.
ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति 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 असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय असतो मा सद्गमय
Now it's the time for welcome address. I request CMA R. Hariprasad, Chairman, Trivandrum Chapter of Cost Accountants of India, to address the gathering and render welcome address.
Respected Chair of this function, CMA H. Padmanabhan, Chairman SAFA PAIB and Central Council Member of ICAI. Respected President of SAFA, Sri Henanayage Bhandara, he will be joining virtually in this function. CM Nihar Jambuseria, Vice President SAFA. CMA Raju Iyer, President CMA. CMA Vijendra Sharma, Vice President ICAI. Our Chief Guest of this function, Sri George Nainan, MD Titanium. Our Central Council member on the dais, CMA Neeraj Joshi and CMA Niranjan Mishra sir. Our SARC Chairman Shankar Panike sir. And respected members on and off the dais. Very good morning to all. It's actually a privilege for the Trivandrum chapter to associate with SAFA for this function today. To start with the function, I will render my welcome address to the dignitaries who has been come over here on our invitation. First of all, the chair of this function, CMA H. Padmanabhan, who has been a key person towards this program. He is the chairman of the SAFA PAIB. So he has been, from several months, he has been trying to organize a function of SAFA in Trivandrum. So first of all, I welcome Sri H. Padmanabhan, Chairman, SAFA PAIB, on behalf of Trivandrum chapter. Second, the President of SAFA, Sri Henanayake Bhandara, who is joining virtually in this function from Sri Lanka. I welcome Sri Henanayake Bhandara to this function on behalf of Trivandrum chapter. C.N. Nihar Jambuseria, the Vice President of SAFA, he has been present here on our invitation. I welcome him on behalf of Trivandrum chapter. Our President of ICAI, Raju Iyer sir. I welcome Raju Iyer sir to this function. Now I welcome our Vice President Vijendra Sharma sir to this function. Our Chief Guest of today, Sri George Nainan sir, Managing Director Titanium. I welcome him to this function on behalf of Trivandrum chapter. And on the dais, CMA Neeraj Joshi and CMA Niranjan Mishra sir is there, our Central Council members. I welcome both of them to the function. And Shankar Panike sir, SASC Chairman, who will be delivering the vote of thanks to this function. So I welcome him on behalf of Trivandrum chapter. Now I welcome all our Central Council members who has come all the way from Pan India to attend this function on our invitation. I welcome all the Central Council members to this function, SARC members, our members from the Trivandrum chapter, and also all the dignitaries who has come from the various chapters of Kerala also. So I welcome all the people to the function. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hariprasad sir. Now I request Sri Neeraj Joshi sir to render a few words.
Good morning all. Dignitaries on the dais, CMA Raju Iyer sir, President of the Institute, Mr. Bhandara, President of SAFA, CA Jambusaria sir, Vice President of SAFA, George Nair sir, Chief Guest for today's program, H. Padmanabhan sir, our own Pappan Bhai, Chairman of SAFA PAIB, CMA Vijender Sharma, our beloved VP, CMA Niranjan Mishra sir, Shankar Panikar sir, Hari sir, dignitaries of the dais, all of my colleagues in council. I am really honored to be part of today's program. This is my first visit to Trivandrum chapter as well, and it has very beautifully combined with the Golden Jubilee ceremony or celebrations of the chapter as well. So I really congratulate both Pappan Bhai and Trivandrum chapter for taking this initiative and having a physical meeting of SAFA after a long time. Because as I know that after the COVID, majority of the physical meetings of SAFA, CAPA or IFAC also, they have been put on hold. But now we are maybe starting up with the SAFA event, and it's a really good initiative. This particular committee of SAFA, it majorly deals with practitioners or small practitioners. And I have been fortunate enough because of Pappan Bhai's good graces that he allowed me to attend a few meetings of this committee. And that committee is majorly working so that various opportunities, threats, maybe weaknesses, whatever SWOT analysis can be talk about for the practitioners. It can be explored and some ways and means can be found out. And today's topic or theme is very apt, that what are the emerging challenges or how we foresee the profession of accounting would move. It has a very, I can say, imminent threat or opportunity as well because of digitalization and advancement of AI. Because we all know that the way the AI has been operating in the finance domain as well, the traditional jobs of accounting, auditing may not be there for a long. When I say that, it's not going to vanish altogether, but maybe the method by which we are approaching our accounting, auditing or professional work, it's going to change. So there is going to be a lot of de-learning and relearning on part of all the professionals, whether in practice or not. And maybe today's deliberations will guide us or will give us to help us set up milestones by which we can equip the existing professionals as well as the future professionals in that direction. With this small beginning, I am really eager to learn what the eminent speakers are going to talk about in today's seminar. I once again wish this seminar a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj Joshi sir. Now I invite Sri Niranjan Mishra to deliver a few words.
Good morning. My President, CMA P. Raju sir, on the dais, Vice President of the Institute of Course Accounts of India, CMA Vijender Sharma ji, Chief Guest of the occasion, CA Jambusaria sir, Vice President SAFA, Mr. Bhandara, the President SAFA, who will join virtually, my colleague in the Council, Neeraj Joshi ji, Shankar Panikar ji, Chairman SIC, the Secretary of Tivan chapter, and top of the above, Papan Bhai Sabka. And of the dais, youngest member of Trivandrum chapter, Hari sir, my central council colleagues of the dais, Bibi Goel sir, Abhijit Goswami ji, Ranjit Agural ji, C. Ranjit Agural ji, central council member from the Eastern region, CA Institute, Hamish sir, and many more people, those are, I believe, here to grace the occasion. It is really a proud moment for me for two reasons. We are the first time PAIB conducting, the Institute of Cost Accounting is hosting the conference of PAIB in the leadership of Papan sir. And second is the Golden Jubilee of Trivandrum chapter. The two are bonded together in the thread. So it is a very proud moment for me. And really now there is a challenge for the accounting profession, both accounting and cost accounting profession, due to change in the regulation, due to implementation of the different laws by the Government of India, NAFRA constitution, and there are a lot of issues. And now is the time for the professionals, we professionals, how to mitigate the challenges within the regulatory framework. That is very essential. And we know we are competent, and our reaching at every stage is there. Maybe PSU, maybe private sector, maybe corporate sector, maybe practice, we are always there. So we should join hands to mitigate the challenge that is coming for the accounting profession in the next days. We have to educate our people, and we have to see how the awareness will be created so that the future professionals and the current professionals will accustomed to the change scenario, and the future professionals will be equipped with the change scenario. So we have started the program late, so I will not take more time. So I hope this program is a grand success. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, CMA Niranjan Mishra. Now, I request CMA H. Padmanabhan, Chairman SAFA, PAIB Committee and Council Member ICAI, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Nisha Habi Madam, our Honorable Managing Committee Member of Trivandrum Chapter of Cost Accountants, and thank you, Padma Sruthi, Cost Accountant. Respected our youngest member, Hariyar Subramaniam sir. When I tell Hariyar Subramaniam sir, youngest member, now I am saluting all the elders and youngsters also. So, Honorable President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA P. Raju Iyer sir, Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA Vijendra Bhai, our Henayaka Bandara sir, who is watching us live from Sri Lanka, the Honorable President of South Asian Federation of Accountants. In fact, he will be addressing us soon through hybrid mode. Then our own beloved Nihar Jambu Saria sir, immediate former President of CA Institute, as well as Vice President of SAFA. We should give a very big hand to him because he is like a President-elect. From January he will be President Bandara sir. But a major program Bandara sir has planned, and Raju Iyer sir was magnanimous in accepting that request, and SAFA Foundation Day come celebrations will be celebrated on August 21st and 22nd in India, in Delhi. That is one thing. Then our own beloved Managing Director of Titanium, George sir, is very much with us. So thank you very much, sir, for accepting our request and being here. So nice of you. Then our council colleagues, Niranjan Bhai, Neeraj Bhai, Devshish Dada, then Murthy sir. In fact, Murthy sir and Chitoda have gone down to receive our another keynote speaker. He is IPS, but he is a CMA, CACS, a triplet. Yogesh Gupta sir, he is very much coming. Within 10 minutes he is reaching the hall. Then our own beloved Shankar Panikar Bhai, my younger brother, who is the chairman of Southern India Regional Council. Recently he got elected. Let us give a very big hand to Shankar Bhai. Then Niranjan Bhai, Neeraj Bhai, and Hamid sir, my elder brother, I should tell, former chairman of SARC and former general manager of BHEL. He is very much here. He is going to chair the next session along with BB Goel sir, who will be the moderator. In fact, that session is for this one, Yogesh Gupta ji, but he has to leave by 11 this thing. our Honorable Vice Chairman, Secretary and Treasurer of SARC. They are also very much here, and lot of members have come from different parts of the state and other this thing. My classmates are very much here. My team, A category chapter chairman Lajish is here. Like that, from Kozhikode Malappuram chapter, our team are there, from Thrissur, from Kottayam. Palakkad, I think he has come also joined, I think, okay. Other respected members, in fact, I am being assigned with the duty of chairman of these 8 countries which comes under SAFA, that is PAIB. Normally our institute gets the chance. Like Neeraj Bhai was telling this, this is the first time that a PAIB committee meeting was held, and the main motivator for me is CA Ranjit Agarwal sir. He is a council member of CA Institute. He is the main motivator. He told that we will do programs. First you start, then next quarter I will do. Like that we both discussed and decided. Thank you very much Ranjit sir. So nice of him. He is from Calcutta. He is representing our CA Institute as a council member. And he will be leading the panel discussion, which we will be having after the tea break or whatever it is, from 11:30 to 1 or 2. So I thank Hanayaka Bandara sir and Jambu Saria sir for giving me an opportunity to organize this under the banner of SAFA. And we thank our Trivandrum chapter, Hari Prasad sir and team, that immediately they told that we will make all arrangements. In fact, we were to have the regional cost convention on this day, but for some reason, previous chairman has relinquished and Shankar Bhai has taken charge, so we'll have it on some other day. So this day we decided that we will have both the SAFA as well as 50th year celebration, right? And regarding the theme and other aspects, in fact, I should thank B.B. Goyal sir for giving proper guidance. And we also remember to thank all the SAFA countries colleagues who are watching. I am not going to talk much about the theme and other aspect which is already circulated. I thank each and every one of you for making it to this function. And before we go for other address, with the permission of the organizers, in fact, Trivandrum chapter, just for everybody's information, there is one CMA family member who has made a Guinness World Record. Guinness World Record. How she is CMA family member? Both parents are CMAs. So naturally, daughter also. She is just 11 years old. She is very much here because they have to travel soon to some place. And I request both the proud parents, Matangi Subramani and Dikshita, to please come forward. And from our Raju here, sir, Vijender Bhai, Jambu Sare sir, Shankar Panikar sir, everybody. Now, I request you to give a brief this thing about, you have the profile? I will give. Yeah, I will tell. That is why this thing, na. I request entire family to please come forward so that everybody will know who is that our young darling 11 years old who has made the Guinness record. Give a very big hand to her.
Dikshita sets multiple Guinness records in hula hoop. Dikshita Subramani, she is 11 years old, has achieved 2 Guinness World Record for hula hoop. In November 2021, she has set a Guinness record for maximum hula hoop rotations around knees in 30 seconds. In April 22, she has set another Guinness World Record for most hula hoop rotations on the foot in the bridge positions in 1 minute. Earlier during 2021, she has set a record of maximum hula hoop rotations around knees in 1 minute for India Book of Records, Universal Achievers Book of Records, and Future Kalam's Book of Records. Dikshita was also awarded honorary doctorate in record breaking by the Universal Tamil University for the youngest kid in the world to perform most number of hula hoop rotations in knee in 1 minute. Further, World Records University awarded the title of Grand Masters in record breaking for hula hoop spins around knees in 1 minute. Dikshita enjoys hula hooping and gymnastics and hopes to achieve more records within this field. Dikshita is learning hula hoop through online classes conducted by Mrs. Vijayalakshmi Sharavana of Chennai Hoopers. Her dedication and interest in hula hooping with continuous practice made her achieve these records within such short span of time. Dikshita is studying in 7th standard in Chinmaya Vidyalaya, Atukal, Trivandrum. Her father, Subramani, is working as company secretary with Investnet, and mother, Mrs. Madangi, is working as finance manager in HLL Care Limited. She is granddaughter of Sri Venkateshwaran, retired SBI, and Srimati Nagalakshmi, who resides in Ayya Vadayar Street Fort, Thiruvananthapuram.
I requested Ranjit sir to join. And tomorrow she will be doing that performance in our Golden Jubilee celebration. നിങ്ങൾ അതിൽ വരും അതിൽ രാജു സാറിൻ്റെ വിജേന്ദ്ര ഭായ് ഷോൾ ഡാലി हाँ भाई भाई
Now, I request CMA Vijendra Sharma, Vice President, ICAI, to address the team.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Shri George Neman, Managing Director, the Chief Guest of the day. Respected President CMA Shri P. Raju sir. Respected CA Nihar Jambusiya, Vice President of SAFA. I also acknowledge the presence of our the colleague on the desk, CMA Shri Niranjan Mishra sir, CMA Shri Neeraj Joshi sir, and I also acknowledge the presence of our H. Padanaban sir, the Chairman of PAIB Committee, our Dr. Itujar Murthy sir, Mr. Debashish Mitra, my colleague in the Council, Mr. Chittanan Chattopadhyay, and I also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Ajit Agrawal sir, the Central Council member of the C Institute, and Avijit Goswami, our former Central Council member, Mr. B.B. Gaul. And ladies and gentlemen, all the Trivandrum chapter and the people coming from all the part of the SARC. I also acknowledge the chairman, our chairman SARC, our Shankar Parikar sir. Thank you sir, sorry to forget your name sir. Well, friends, today it's a very wonderful morning, and we see the hospitality of the Trivandrum chapter. It's a wonderful weather, and sometimes it's a God's own country. Now we realize why it is God's own country. It's beautiful climate here, and we are all enjoying the hospitality. Well, the today topic is very, very important. The today topic is talking about the future of accounting profession, challenging opportunities. As an accountant, how I perceive my views. When we talk about the future, people talk about the artificial intelligence and the blockchain. These are the future things. But I have a different dimension to give, because all things, we all aware of it. Today, the two wars are going on. And everybody aware of the one war is Russia-Ukraine war. Which one is the second war? Can anybody enlighten me? There are two wars are going on. One is Russia-Ukraine, leave it aside. Which one is the second one? It's a corona. It's a war. Why it is a war? Because during corona, lot many economy of the world, the global world, they are emerging. And many people, many countries, many economies, they are getting down. Somebody is gaining, somebody is losing. Is it not a war? It is not a war for the person who is fighting on the borders. It is a war for the accountants. The corona was a testing for it was a challenge thrown by the people to the accountant. How you can protect your borders. May not be the borders of the physical territory, but border of your economy. How your corporate are protected, how they are well informed, how they can take the better and the best decision, what was the benefit of having a proper accounting system, the management controls, and how quickly you can take the decisions. Maybe with the artificial intelligence or maybe your physical involvement, whatever it may be, but it was a challenge. During the corona, many people, many corporate, they get collapse. In fact, government tried to protect many of them, but it was a challenge, and some of people, they have mint money like anything. So it was a very big responsibility on the accounting profession. In case, now I was just watching the YouTube, they were saying some new virus is also expected to come. In case some new virus, second virus, third virus, whatever it may come, what will be our future? So it is the time has come when the old accountant from the global perspective, they have to sit together, they have to find a solution. Earlier there was a time when the physical meeting program was there, but then today our own SAFA president going to address us virtually. These are the blessings. People start working from the home. So that was a challenge, and people converted this challenge in all IT companies. They are sitting there, people sitting at home and working for the country. Thank you. I also welcome our icon, CMA and CA, Yogesh Gupta, sir. Yogesh, please. So welcome to our Yogesh Gupta, sir. So it was a challenge. Now, let us come to the challenges from the different perspective. Now, the whole world has become a small global village. Like there was a person, say Mr. Iyer, and there was Mr. Subramanyam Iyer. They were having the competition to a particular product, and they were watching each other's pricing, and they were deciding accordingly, and they were maintaining survival. But what is happening? In the today's digitalized world, the whole world has become a small global village. The pricing of your product will be decided by your competitor. So how long you are maintaining the good accounting system, how good governance, compliances you have, but ultimately you have to have what type of database you are providing to the management for taking the appropriate decision making. And it is not the exception. Now today, if we take the example of Sri Lanka, now Sri Lanka has not been attacked by on their borders, but they are struggling lot of political crises, lot of economical crises. So somehow the role of accountant is very, very important, not only for a corporate, but for the country itself. So people are, taking interest, what agenda any political party coming up. It's more important how the accountant going to protect the country. That is very, very important nowadays. The third one, we are talking about the opportunities. But I feel more than the opportunity, we have to see what responsibility the accountant have today. Let me just share a small story with you probably. One fine day, I was sitting at home, it was Sunday, and I was sitting home and I thought, let me go to the petrol pump and fill up my car with the petrol. So being Sunday, my son was there. That time he was 10 years old. So he asked me, can I also join you? So I allow him to join me. So when we go to the petrol pump, incidentally, that day I was about to pay him and cash. So it was 100 rupees currency, so lot of bundle was there. So when I give it to the petrol pump person, my son asked me whether this person is looting you. He's raising a question. So I replied to him, no, it's perfectly okay. Then he asked me, what is the price of the petrol today? How much quantity, how much is the price, and then how much you ultimately pay to him. So I told him the pricing is, say, 80 rupees per liter. Then he asked me, okay, Papa, what was the price when you were of my age? So I told him it was more probably, say, 15, 20 rupees. The third question was, what will be the price when I will reach to your age? So it was the question. This question not raised by my son. This question is raised by the next upcoming generation to you. And the fourth question was, the way you are running with your cars, you are wasting the natural resources. Will you leave anything for us? So this question is being asked by the next generation to us. So we are all responsible, being accountant, that we have to see whatever natural resources offered by the Mother Earth to us, which each person is responsible to ensure the optimal utilization of natural resources should be done by the all corporate, and there should be proper accounting. So that's why more than any accounting or auditing, people start talking about the environmental audits, social audits, because the responsibility of the corporate simply cannot be confined to the profit making. It is far ahead, far better than this. So today I think it's a very wonderful topic, and today very good discussion expected to have today. With this, I just congratulate the Trivandrum chapter to organizing such a wonderful program. I'm looking forward to have your interaction with the expert. With this, thank you very much, sir.
So respected members here and those who are watching across the globe, in fact, we have a sub-theme where the keynote address speaker was our own beloved Yogesh Gupta sir, but since he has some preoccupied this thing, but still, yesterday evening he informed us that he will come by 10:30 up to 11, he can spare time with us. The moderator is our own beloved B.B. Goyal sir, former Chief Cost Advisor to Government of India. And the chairman of the session is PSM Hamid sir. So I humbly request both of you to permit us so that Yogesh Gupta sir can address straight away now. And because they were to chair and moderate, no, so we will have that panel discussion later on. So I have spoken to our Raju Iyer sir and Jambu Sarya sir and Vijender Bhai, Ranjit Agarwal sir also. They all told that we will give you the chance to address all of us so that we can benefit from the beginning itself, sir. Raju sir, you can welcome our Yogesh Gupta sir with a shawl, please.
He already welcomed.
वो नीचे ये इंस्टीट्यूट का ना गोपकुमार ಅದಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಶಾಲ್ Vijender Bhai and Raju sir, please. He was given a warm welcome by Dr. Murthy sir and Chitoda down. That's what. Please give a very big hand to our Yogesh Gupta. He is our icon of our profession. He was awarded that award in Lucknow National Cost Convention. Those who have witnessed, you would have seen that. Thank you so much, Yogesh Gupta sir. Please, over to you, sir.
It's already there. So, thank you, Mr. Padmanabhan. Dear colleagues sitting on the dais, dear friends and other colleagues sitting there, respected members. It's always a pleasure to attend any such conference of CMA, CAs, and I see for a change both CMAs and CAs gracing the occasion, which is a very, very welcome sign. And I think next time some CS also should be invited because it's after all a group. I mean, no, it's like the IPL teams, when they are playing against each other, let them whatever fight. But when it comes to India, they all join together and play for the country. So that is how I think all these three professions have to work. particularly, I mean, a very relevant topic today, the future of the accounting profession, when we are coming, I would say, some kind of moves to undermine the role of the profession, and there are, I mean, naturally it happens, I mean, no, when a profession is seen to be growing at a faster pace than some other professions, or somebody within the profession who doesn't feel satisfied. So some moves do come to basically undermine the role of the profession. But here, let me tell you, just like a medical profession, accounting is an age-old profession. It has existed, it is existing, it will continue to exist. What is the form, nature, what is the role, that keeps on changing. As we say today, digital transformation, yes, I mean, no, the CMS, CAs, they have to take care of what are the changes which are happening in the time. Maybe today it is not just recording of any transaction. No, it has gone much beyond that. Accountant doesn't mean somebody who's recording transaction, preparing a cost sheet, or preparing a profit and loss account, a balance sheet. It is far, far more than that. In fact, recently, a lot of you have heard when the Prime Minister talked about that we should not be giving freebies. Let me tell you, he didn't mean that we should not work for social benefit. What is meant is exactly this. We have to account for the social benefits. We have to account for the costs which accrue when you do this social benefit. In every aspect, in fact, you have to consider the aspect of the cost. You have to consider the benefit. Take, for example, even vaccination. I mean, you would think, what is the role of an accountant as far as the research goes, as far as the vaccination goes? Huge role. You have to consider, number one, what is the social benefit which is going to be arrived in fighting this COVID with this vaccination. Supposing the period for the efficacy of the trials or the research is 2-year period, maybe the social benefit is not there, the kind of cost you are going to sink in that. So I think the biggest mistake most of the researchers, most of the policymakers do is not associating an accounting expert when they are formulating this policy, and this is what leads to, I would say, the people's anger, the people's revolt against such policies, because they have not associated an expert, an accountant who would give an idea of what exactly is the cost going behind. For example, let me say, the research has to be done on AIDS, or research has to be done in case of a common cold. So I mean, maybe how many people are affected by AIDS, and the kind of cost you are going to sink in, the kind of people you will benefit, how many people are every year dying due to influenza, how many people are dying due to typhoid. So do you need to invest with resources in that kind of a research, or you want to invest in something else? So if that is done, I think what the Prime Minister said will come true, that we have to basically account for our social benefits. You just cannot go ahead and do anything. And CAs, cost and management accountants, do a fabulous job in this thing. In fact, Mr. Vijender was narrating a real story. I will narrate, I would say, a story which is not real, which you would know also. As you know, it so happened, the difference I am seeing in other professions, the management, the legal, and the accountants. So it so happened, very bright person, topper of a management institute from B school in Ahmedabad, he decided to start a poultry farm. So he decided to start a poultry farm, and it was doing well. Then one day an inspector came and asked him, "What do you feed your hen?" So he replied that I feed them with cashew, I feed them with raisin, I feed them with the best of the things. Unfortunately, the inspector turned out to be from the income tax department. So he levied a huge fine penalty on him, the kind of money you are spending which does not reflect anywhere in your income, so you should be charged. So he became wiser. Next time another inspector came and asked him, "What do you feed your hen?" So this time he says, "Sir, I don't feed them anything. They simply go pick up from the street whatever they can eat. Any rubbish they eat and survive." Unfortunately, this time the inspector turned out to be from Animal Welfare and Health Department. So he again fined him that this is what you do with your poultry and your hen, this is how you treat the livestock in your farm, and he was heavily fined. So he was highly disturbed. So then he said, what should I do? He approached cost and management accountant and asked him, what should I do? So he said, look, next time you do one thing, whenever some inspector comes, you call me, I will try to solve your problem. So as usual, another inspector came. This time the inspector was from survey department and whatever for subsidy accounting and all. He asked him, what do you feed your hen? So he said, let me call that CMA. He called him and asked him to reply to the inspector. So that CMA replied, sir, we don't feed them anything. We simply give them a rupee 10 each in the morning. They buy whatever they want. So this is the difference which an accountant can make in dealing with all these things. This is the difference. CA, CMAs or any of such profession, the practical aspect and what you learn in theory. That is the difference. I always say you would see this in hiring pattern of the companies now. Slowly, most of them, they realize that rather than hiring somebody from a high-fi B school who would charge them huge salaries, will not do anything, demand all kinds of things, if they hire a CA, CS, CMA, they would do much more than what is paid to them, and that is how it is changing. So the future is very bright. As I said, every time this advantage I have seen, I have been on the other side, I think I have stated this also. All said and done, the chartered accountants, the CMAs, they have compassion towards their client. They want to finish off any issue which has come to the client. When I was working in the enforcement directorate, the FEMA cases, I would see, I mean, this is not to, I mean, in any way say anything about the advocates or lawyers. The lawyers would come, they would talk about the constitution issue, and they will ensure that the case goes in the appeal, it goes to High Court, it goes to Supreme Court, for whatever reason. Whereas a CA or a CMA or even a CS comes, he wants to explain and finish off the matter. Even if there is a violation, they would admit and they would say, sir, this was a technical violation which has happened. So the matter ends, government benefits, no legal expenses to be incurred, some penalties paid by the client. Client is stress-free now that the government has been paid. Government saves a huge amount on litigation which would have happened. After all, it's public money. So that is where I think all these differences come. And our future also, we have to keep in tune with public interest. I think it's not the question of, as I said, undermining the profession. It is basically the issue of undermining the public interest. There was a talk about IIPA, Indian Institute of Public Accountants. So it's not a question of CAs getting harmed or CMAs getting harmed. It's a question of public getting harmed. It is a question of public interest getting harmed. The minute you do that, today anybody sitting in any town, even sitting in a remote place in Bihar, he can pursue either of these three courses at a minimal cost. I think I wouldn't call it the cheapest, has different connotation. Most low-priced course, if there is any, it is these three professions. In fact, if you are doing CA, you earn while you learn. I mean, which other profession do you find that? So it's the public interest. Large population, very bright people, without spending anything, they can become chartered accountants, they can become CMAs, they can become company secretaries, which is not. Look at the medical profession. Huge cost has to be spent for a person to pursue it. For that matter, even an engineer, good engineering college, business schools, huge amount. And what is their contribution to the society? Is the society really benefiting from them? Doctors, yes, to some extent, but there also, if huge amount is being charged from the public to recover that cost, is the public really benefited in that? And look at the cost which is spent on a CA or a CMA. Very, very small. Society hardly spends, and bright young people come into the profession. They help the government, they help the enforcement agencies, they help the people in setting up their business. So this is what is, I mean, the emphasis of the institute also should be on public interest. I mean, government comes out with any amendment, it is not to say institute interest will be affected. So my request is always take the point that it is the public interest which is going to be affected. So any of these measures which are taken, if an accounting profession, somebody else is drafting rules for you, if somebody else is determining the accounting standards for you, who are not from the profession, the issue is not the harm to the CA institute or the council members. The issue is of the harm to the public interest, because in that case, the manner in which the balance sheets will be prepared, the manner in which the cost sheets will be prepared, will badly affect the investors, the shareholders, the public, who have a very reasonable expectation that looking at a financial statement, looking at the signature of the person who has audited them, that they can have a reasonable trust in the genuineness or the truth of that statement. So the issue here is of, as I said, IIPA, anybody else, NFRS, doing something, not, if it's in public interest, we should always welcome it. So this is anything we should always cooperate. I have seen also, a lot of times, I will give you the example of enforcement agencies because I have worked with them. A lot of times, the CBI, police, SFIO, they would call a lot of business for recording their statements. And I mean, business person, even if has not done anything wrong, they get terribly tensed, afraid, they start approaching all kinds of people, whereas it is just to understand the case, just for the investigation purpose, anybody, they can call and do it. That is where CMA and CS can help them, make them understand the provision. They can help both sides, the client also, and also the investigators. I think CAs and CMAs have to increasingly associate with them with the investigation, so that no innocent gets harmed due to due to misunderstanding of the case, due to not understanding the issue, and at the same time, no person who is a real culprit escapes the clutches of law. So for that, the CMAs, CS, they have to be increasingly associated with all these agencies, particularly in case of financial crimes, financial investigation. Unfortunately for us, we have a very robust, very great judicial system, even if you don't look at the pendency and all those things. But do they have the necessary financial expertise to understand a bank fraud? Do they have the expertise to understand a stock scam? Do they have the necessary expertise to understand what is round tripping, what is happening when an FDI is coming into India? So they are knowing about the acts, the laws, the constitution, but what are the financial methodologies? I think increasingly CAs and CMAs have to get associated. So most of the agencies are doing that also, and from the institute also. Again, as I said, it is not so that some members, they get, I would say, more work or something. It is for public interest. Because when that is done, people will have more faith in these agencies, people will have more faith in the courts, because the innocents will, by any chance, will not get framed in any kind of an issue, and culprits will not escape. So very, very important this is done. I have seen now, startups, valuation, and some very big consultancy firm, they have come out, they have learned that there is a discounted cash flow approach. So now you value everything with that. Is it the right approach? Are you not supposed to look at the assets value which exists on today? Are you not supposed to look at the human resource which exists in that particular organization? And discounted cash flow, I think it's led to all kinds of scams. I'm telling from the other side. You value anything in any manner you like. These startups, give me the name of one startup, the best startup, which is maintaining its valuation, which was done on the day one. So what you have done is, you have fooled the public to invest in that company, valued it at 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores, and within no time, the value comes to less than 50%. So I think there the role comes, we have to insist that valuation, there has to be an accountant involved with these things. You can't allow purely for public interest, some management consultant, somebody who has done some ratio analysis and things like that to do that. Otherwise, all kinds of frauds may happen. The poor public, whom do they look up to? If these statements, if these valuations which are certified are not true. So I think there, from government side also, we also pursue, but we have to do this. Otherwise, I mean, the kinds of things that are happening. Investment issues. Initially we had the town level frauds. Somebody would float a scheme, some gold scheme. He will ask them to invest in, and he will give them gold after some time. Then we had this state level frauds were relating to some pension fund in the states. They will do it. Then we had national level, this chit fund companies, Rose Valley, Sarda. Mr. Ranjit Agarwal knows well how they have mushroomed and all. Now we are having one huge global level fraud, and that is cryptocurrencies. It's a fraud of the century, and I say it with all emphasis at my command. So there, as I said, why? Because some management jargons, somebody there has come out with jargons which people can't understand. I mean, how do you blame them? You say, after solving an nth equation, you are mining. The poor fellow is actually thinking that something is being mined, something is being dug, and some coins, bitcoins are coming out of that. So imagine, fortunately for us in India, we have a robust system. The RBI governor himself flagged the issue. He has been persistently, taking up with the government. Again, as I said, they got a favorable order from the Honorable Supreme Court. So again, I think there was a lack of understanding on the part of somebody that how exactly they function. It took me also a lot of time. I mean, when I was working in India, I was just thinking, how does it actually function? They said computers are taken to Himalayas and then they have to work out. So I was just wondering, what is it? Now I realize it's nothing, it's a game. So gaming points, can you believe it? And they are taking it forward. Recently I read the cricket player Yuvraj Singh's bat, the internet image of his bat is being auctioned. I mean, what nonsense is that? Anybody can see it, but his internet image will be owned by some. So either they are so foolish that they don't understand, or it's a clear case of money laundering. They are trying to convert something through this methodology. So, but people, you name it as non-funging tokens. So I wondered, what are these non-funging tokens? So now next is, somebody will auction somebody's tweet. I mean, what is happening? So a tweet will be auctioned for a huge amount. Next I heard, fortunately, that player refused, that the centuries of Sachin Tendulkar will be auctioned. I mean, what rubbish are we talking? And people take it. Believe me, I mean, the way people have invested in these cryptos and without understanding what is it, then you confuse cryptocurrency with blockchain technology. That's a totally different thing. That is where the accountants come into play, good or bad, that can be debated. But imagine, and here the interesting part in something like cryptocurrencies, the person who is giving you these points, he is not promising you also anything. So you can't even take action against him for cheating or something. He is nothing. It is the exchanges, and exchange again they say, look, we are only making people meet. Somebody is buying points, somebody is selling points. We are only giving a platform. So it's really bizarre actually if you look at one stage. So I think the future of the accounting profession, again as I said, it supports all other profession. The only profession where the medical profession cannot survive. A doctor, a brilliant doctor cannot survive unless he has a good financial accounting support, not financial accounting, financial management support. I mean, a lot of hospitals I have seen, excellent, they have fallen down because they did not have an expert advice on the compliances, on the accounting. Airline company, tell me one airline company which has survived for more than 25 years. I mean, all of them seem to be making huge profits. Then why do they come into losses? Do they not consider the replacement cost of the airplanes? Is there something wrong with the lease accounting of the aircraft? Is there something wrong with recording the costs involved? Again, as I said, most of them have not cared to associate the accountants, the experts, to the extent they should have. They have, but for a very limited role, some CFO who would record these kinds of things. So this cost and revenue, very, very important. Otherwise, every day we had one Air India, and that was surviving not because it was continuously making profit, because it was a government company. Now it's going to be a big challenge. So every challenge is also an opportunity, and every opportunity is a challenge. So challenge, if you can handle it, if you can take care of that, it becomes an opportunity. Opportunity, if you lose it, it becomes a challenge. So it's all intermixed. I am sure this is the accountancy is the profession of the future. But others, those of us who are in a different field, we can't bat so much. I think that is where the role of the active members, those in practice, those associated with the institute, that is where their role comes to continuously formulate policies, and not just on papers. I mean, no institute, you have a lot of research committees, you have whatever policy committee, but ensure they actually come out with a good paper every now and then. So I'm not sure whether that is happening. Good paper which is published, just like medical journal, we have a accountancy journal, I think both for CMA and accountants, but are we coming out with a paper? Are we coming out with a recommendation? And it is very difficult, let me tell you, for any government to refuse to accept it once it comes out with a lot of research and once it comes out from experts. So very, very important. We help the government, we help the people. I mean, it is not, as I said, accountancy is actually, accountants are actually affecting the day-to-day life of every citizen. Subsidy, for example, food subsidy, nothing wrong with that, but are we accounting for the benefits? Are we accounting for the benefits of that subsidy, the huge subsidy, or it is just a means for corruption? Or is it just a means for diversion of money? Nothing wrong. Do we have a subsidy accounting system? Somebody says whatever we have, say, I think 25 lakh crores of subsidy on food. Fine, good enough if it is helping. But is somebody accounting for it? Is it getting reflected in the government balance sheet that so much of people are benefited? Do we have a system to show it as a liability and write it off as and when we come to know that the benefit is coming to the people? We give, for example, this land, government often for ₹2 land is given basically to industrial development for startups to come up. But as promised by them, is somebody accounting for the number of employment they have generated? Is somebody accounted for the taxes which they have created for the government? Should it not get reflected in their balance sheet? The subsidy which is given to them, a land costing, say, 1,000 rupees per square feet is given to somebody at ₹2, 998, show it as a liability towards the government. And whether they have generated that much of revenue subsequently for the government, write it off. So just I'm talking about one method. So more and more such research papers on subsidy accounting so that poor people are also not deprived of the benefit by calling them, you look, I mean, no, they don't work, freebies. No, we have to look at the people who are not even having enough to eat. Why should food subsidy not be there? People who cannot afford a costly hospital, why should free health not be there? But is the performance to be measured in terms of the money spent on health, in terms of money spent on education? I mean, that is actually foolhardy. That entire money may be going down the drain. Is somebody accounting for it? So as CAs, as CMAs, for costing, preparing a cost sheet for that, for preparing a balance sheet for that, we should have a way forward, which any government would be interested. You look, I mean, what is government? Government is nothing, it represents people. So anything which will affect people, which will positively affect people, no government can afford to neglect that because they have to come back. I mean, that is the beauty of the democracy. So anything which appears to be benefiting them, they would be too eager to take it. Anything, if it is shown that all the subsidies are going down the drain, public themselves will start demanding scrapping that. So they cannot afford to continue with that. So it all boils down that how we teach, how we bring it to the notice of the people, to the government. And for that reason, we have to preserve this profession. We have to work that it is never undermined. Not for any individuals, not for any CA, CMA survival, for the sheer public interest, so that the people have faith in the government, people have faith in the system, and accountants are, I would say, a very essential pillar of people's faith in the system. And we must maintain that. So with this, I think, I'm sorry, I mean, no, all of you are coming in blazers. Kerala, actually, that culture is not there. So fortunately, he is giving me company. So pardon me that without a blazer I am speaking to you. But I thought more important is what we talk, what we hear here. So with this, I give my best wishes to all of you. And I think this session, I'm very sorry because video conference has already been fixed. And so it's difficult for me to skip that. And I wish you all the best. May your conference, may your meet, SAFA may be a grand success, and we work towards its success. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Just 2 minutes, sir, because our chairman, Southern India Regional Council, Shankar Panikar sir, has the role of giving thanks. Okay. So he would like to do it when you are here. Huh?
Okay. Most respected President of our Institute, Chief Guest, Sri Nayan sir, we have been an enlightening session from you. It is an integration of a regulator who has a triplet qualification, and that to engaged with, one person who has got administrative service experience and also a deep understanding of the accounting profession. You have actually you have briefly but elaborately linked the two aspects of the challenges and opportunities. We can't agree with you more. In fact, our profession, be it CA, chartered cost accountancy, or company secretaries cannot stay away from the course for which we have been assigned to. So thank you so much. In fact, you have touched upon education, you have touched upon the engagement with the government agencies, health sector. All those things are extremely important, and quite rightly said that the government initiative is to ensure that it reaches the right end. And I understand that you have a very, very, very short schedule and you've graced this occasion. We can't thank you more. May I request Hamid sir to kindly come up and give a memento for the fabulous speaker we had today. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Hope we have not much taken your time. You're actually on time. You just spent just 30 sharp minutes full of learning. The meeting will continue, and I just take a small break here. Friends, a round of applause. The program will continue.
Thank you. Now I invite CMA Sri Raju P. Iyer, President ICAI, to address the gathering.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Respected our chief guest, Managing Director Titanium, respected Jambu Surya, Vice President SAFA, respected our Vice President CMA Vijayendra Sharma ji, my council colleagues Neeraj Joshi and Niranjan Mishra ji, and of that IS, my council colleague CMA A to Z Murthy ji, BB Goyal ji, Devashish Mitra ji, Chitran Chattopadhyaya ji, and our very senior member, Hariharan Subramaniam sir, who has nurtured Trivandrum chapter like anything, and our Dr. Hamid, who was will be addressing in this one, and Ranjit Agarwal ji, who is member of PAIB committee, who was kind enough to have next meeting in Calcutta also, and our advisor BB Goyal sir, and other members. It's a very excellent day that we are able to have a very good session on what's the way forward for accordance and opportunities and challenges. Whenever there are challenges there, that only will be able to convert into opportunity. As has been pointed out by our earlier speakers, there are so many changes in the accounting profession. If you take it, there is no now journal, ledger, or those kind of things. It is totally the system is giving all the things, whether it is a Tally or ERP or whatever the packages we are using, we are able to get all the information. How the information has to be converted, how it has to be analyzed. The data analytics is more important. As a professional, we should go into for data analytics, how the companies will have a sustainable growth and the economy will be able to grow, how we will have a sustainable opportunity. That way we have to look into it. And we are seeing in what is happening around the world. Of course, our SAFA president, Bandara, will not be able to come because he is addressing in online. That's, of course, the technology is taking place. But due to issues in Sri Lanka, they are not able to travel because of the economy and other aspects. Same way, the war has created so many issues and problems. The 2 years of pandemic has created a lot of downfall, lot of, at the same time, opportunities also. So many companies, so many industries are able to come up successfully also in the pandemic by taking advantage of their innovation and creativity. So today's environment, how as a professional we will be able to advise our clients and industries and economy to move forward. In this pandemic, many companies had a working capital issues and how they will be able to operate and how they were able to run the industry because of so many issues and work from home and all those things has happened. But at the same time, as a professional, we are advising companies how we will be able to manage cash flow, working capital and those aspects. These are the things, the challenges have been created and how we are able to convert it into opportunity. At the same time, how the economy will be able to grow. The nations will be able to progress. That is where the role of the financial people, the accountants are coming in. As has been pointed out, all the three professionals, whether cost accountants or chartered accountants or company secretaries, we are always together. We are supporting the initiatives of the government and industries also. We are advising the clients. Maybe some issues may be there, some challenges will be there in some places. But overall, the professionals are contributing a lot to the client and industries and economy. So, what is the role and what we are going to do, what we are looking into in this system? We are going to have now artificial intelligence, blockchain model, and all those things are there. How the investment climate is going to create opportunities, what are the investments, which area is going to be there. Now this Ukraine-Russia war, the oil, now we are seeing in the news that Europe is going to stock the oil for the winter, and so the prices may be going up, and in our country exchange rates are going up, and various things are there. And in China, they have a economic issue and other problems are there. These issues are giving the professionals the way they have to look into the issues and how we will be able to advise the clients and so that we will be able to move forward. And again, this COVID pandemic and third wave or fourth wave, how it is going to affect, and if any further lockdown comes, how we are going to keep our industries running. All those things are this. So that we will be discussing in our panel discussion, and we are having very eminent resource persons are there. So in the panel discussion, we will be having all identify the challenges and opportunities we will be able to move forward. It is always the professionals who is looking for the support. It's a power of the professionals. The global progress is powered by the nations. The national progress is powered by the economy. The economy is powered by industries. Industries are powered by competition. Competition is powered by creativity and innovation. Creativity and innovation is powered by resource investments. Resource investment is powered by return on investments. Return on investment is powered by revenue. Revenue is powered by quality of the services and quality of the products. Quality of the services and quality of the products is powered by employee productivity. Employee productivity is powered by employee motivation. Employee motivation is powered by management stewardship. Management stewardship is powered by quality leaders. Quality leaders are powered by we, the dynamic professionals. Wishing you all the best. Thank you for the opportunity. Good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. CMA Raju Iyer, President ICAI. Now, I request CA Nihar Jambusaria, Vice President SAFA, to address the gathering.
President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA P. Raju Iyer, Vice President CMA Vijenderji, President SAFA Sri Henaike Bhandaraji, who will be addressing us in some time, CMA H. Padmanabhan. Let me at this stage compliment the chairman of this committee for organizing this meeting after the pandemic. In fact, PAIB has very significant role to play, and with this conference, I think it is a beginning after the pandemic to perform the role of PAIB. Let me at the same time give compliments to Trivandrum chapter for hosting this event along with the committee PAIB. The member of PAIB, CA Ranjit Agarwal, who was also my colleague in the council at the Institute of Chartered Accountants, the other office bearers council members, CMS Sankar, CMA Neeraj, the chief guest of today, Sri Georgi Ninan, and all the participants who have come here personally to attend this conference. Friends, when we talk about future of accounting profession and link it with challenges and opportunities, I think this profession is more than about 100 years old. In fact, it is age old. But if we see the time from which this profession was taken formally, seriously, and systematically, it is almost 100 years. It began as a profession which did number crunching, simply accounting for transactions which were happening. And then as the time passed, as evolution was made, and as the economies progressed, the roles of accountants changed significantly. Even before the pandemic, accountants got involved in financing, advising businesses, and conduct so many other inquiries and so many other services which were not performed initially. The profession was set up for simply number crunching, accounting. Then our institutes came up, and the role of a test function gained significance. We started certifying true and fair view. Now time has come when in this profession we see several challenges. And I think these are the only savior for the profession. When there are more challenges, there are more opportunities, and which everybody who spoke before me has confirmed, that if there are no challenges, then professions would become static. They would never progress. So let us take all these challenges positively. And if I list a few, in fact, in panel discussion, every panelist will discuss these challenges in detail, analyze the opportunities which are available. But if I mention a few, on the challenges side, we were fearing technology for many years. New technologies are emerging. And till the pandemic came, I think every accountant was afraid that so many jobs that we are performing, probably this technology will take over and we will be left with nothing to do. And I recall the time when I qualified as chartered accountant in 1983, and computers were introduced to the country in 1986. Similar fear was spreading. accountants were fearing that these computers will take over 70-80% of our jobs and we will be rendered jobless. And the history shows that with computers, accounting profession has grown at a faster pace. The same will be the future of this technology. If we take this technology positively, and during the last 2 years of pandemic, we have observed that technology which looked to be a challenge and threat to the profession has proved to be, in fact, a savior. If we learn it properly and use data analytics and every other opportunity or every other facility that the technology is presenting to us to advise the clients rightly, then technology will certainly make wonders for the profession. Take other challenges. The new insolvency code came, and again we had to learn the new code. But we are all aware what kind of opportunities even this new area of practice presents to accountants. Look at the disaster that is happening due to pandemic. The governments have started depending on accountants. I remember the time when in March 20 this lockdown was announced by the government. In June or July itself, our government started approaching all the 3 professional institutes to come forward and give suggestions to keep up and revive the economy. MSMEs were liquidating. Government was afraid that without MSMEs, which have more than 40% share in GDP, how the country will survive. And it is accountants who gave them various ideas, and you are aware what kind of subsidies and relief packages RBI and state governments announce with the advice of professional institutes. Take other examples. Ukraine war. Again, it has created difficulty for economies. Look at climate change. In UK, what was never observed, the temperature reached 40 degrees, and even on the airport, the roads started breaking. All these have created number of challenges, and accountants are the only persons who can intervene and save the world. Even if you look at climate change, Peter Baker, who is the Chief Executive Officer of World Business Promotion Council, has told the world only in this situation accountants can save the world. So I think we have nothing to worry. Only what we need to do is identify challenges, identify the corresponding opportunities, list them, and systematically start planning for combating the challenges. Apart from preparing a roadmap for meeting the challenges, creating opportunities, I think new norm in the world is collaboration. Everybody was individually working in silos. Now, different professional institutes have to think how they can come together, work together, and create opportunities for everybody. Not only this, if we look at SAFA, if we look at IFAC, during last 2 years, so many programs we conducted in collaboration. Whatever know-how is available to us, we can pass on virtual mode to them. Whatever know-how is available to them, they have passed on to us. And is this new world where we will have to learn to use resources meaningfully. Vijendraji put it very rightly, that his young child put a question to him, that if you are going to use these resources in this manner, what are you going to save for us? And again, if you look at surveys, RBI published a survey in collaboration with World Bank, which shows that today human beings are consuming in 8 months what Earth produces in 12 months. And there is a very beautiful statement by RBI that earth has enough for everybody, but earth does not have enough to satisfy the greed of everybody. So let us see, we use resources very conservatively, very carefully, and the new business models which are coming up, circular business models, reuse what you have already used. Let us use all these new techniques and as accountants emerge as great advisors and create opportunities not only for us as accountants but for our economy and for our country when the world is struggling to face all these challenges. So with this, my best wishes to this conference, and I am sure that the panel discussion will bring out several ways for us to take and execute actions in future for our professions to create opportunities out of number of challenges that we are noticing. Thank you so much for inviting me. It was a pleasure to come for the first time to Trivandrum and meet all of you in person after a long time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, C.A. Nihar Jambusaria sir, for providing it with the valuable insights. Now, I invite H.M. Hennanayage Bandara, President SAFA, for the presidential address. He will be joining us virtually.
Sir, Harir Subramanian sir, he is joining through virtual. So we can see Hennanayage Bandara sir, President SAFA, addressing us sitting in Sri Lanka. When she told the name, sir was searching who is president here like that.
Thank you for the introduction. Very good morning to all of you.
Welcome.
Our chief guest, Sri Georgia Nina, Managing Director, Davenport William Products Limited, Mr. Nihar Jambuzari, Vice President SAFA, Mr. Raju Iyer, President Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Mr. Vijendra Sharma, Vice President, Mr. Padmanathan, Chairman, SAFA PAIB Committee, members of the PAIB Committee, Council members, Mr. Hari Prasad, Chairman, Trivandrum Chapter, keynote speaker, session chairman, moderators, panelists, distinguished invitees, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me congratulate and thank the Chairman PAIB Committee of SAFA for organizing this conference within a very short period and inviting me to address you all. Ladies and gentlemen, as you already heard, I was planning to attend the conference as well as the Golden Jubilee celebration of Trivandrum chapter physically, but could not make it due to the prevailing situation in my country. At the same time, on behalf of SAFA, let me thank our chief guest for accepting the invitation to address the accounting fraternity in the South Asian region on the timely important topic. I also would like to thank your president, my long-standing friend, for the support extended and hosting this conference, as well as moderators and panelists for consenting to be the speakers with a short notice despite of their heavy work schedules. It is a true pleasure for me to join the inauguration session of the conference, and I am delighted to address you all on a timely important topic. First, let me talk about why accountancy is important for the future. Accountancy is a super connector in the global economy. It's a profession that will continue to work with partners, regulators, governments, trade organizations, and donor communities across the world to support international trade, good governance, and sustainable development in emerging economies. The accountancy profession will be integral to regulatory reforms, develop regulations, standards, and reporting requirements that are the bedrock of trust in capital markets which underpin the workings of modern economy. At the same time, the accountancy profession is key to helping restore public finances and supporting governments across the region. It will be at the center of public sector change, helping to deliver the right policies and spending decisions. More importantly, the accountancy profession will be a fundamental pillar at the heart of the future entrepreneurial economy. Smaller firms are key players in the local business ecosystem, acting as trusted advisors, increasingly offering innovative and technology-led services to support small business growth. Apart from that, restoring and strengthening trust in business, government, and other institutions will be a key priority. Let me now talk about the future of accounting profession. The accounting profession will face significant changes in the next couple of decades, and professional organizations, their members, and educational institutions should respond to such changes. First, accountants will use increasingly sophisticated and smart technologies to enhance their traditional ways of working. Smart software systems will support the trend towards outsourcing services and greater use of social media. Social media will reveal more data than any corporate assurance report, and stakeholders will use tools to interpret big data. Secondly, continued globalization will create more opportunities and challenges for members of the accounting profession. While globalization encourages the free flow of money from one capital market to another, enhanced overseas outsourcing activities, and the transfer of technical and professional skills will simultaneously continue to pose threats to resolving local problems. For example, accounting firms in the US, EU, and Australia are outsourcing services to India and China for the purpose of cost minimization, which will create a shift in employment within the accounting industry in the West. Third, increasing regulations will have the greatest impact on the profession for years to come. This is imminent because of massive tax avoidance, transfer pricing, and money laundering. Additionally, because of greater public pressures and stakeholder expectations, social and environmental considerations are getting importance alongside economic concerns in contemporary organizations. The important implication is that all professional accountants will be expected to look beyond the numbers, which will in turn enhance collaborations among members of multiple professions, including environmental scientists, sociologists, and so on. One of the important aspects is that technology-centric roles across accountancy are growing rapidly, and those who want to apply their digital native skills to help solve real business issues will have lots of opportunities in accountancy roles. With automation increasing, there are emerging opportunities for young accountants to build skills and capabilities in applying technology to drive business efficiently. As organizations continue to disrupt and digital transform, they will need skilled finance professionals who understand emerging technologies and how these can be applied across the organization to drive insight capabilities and pre-engineer processes. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me draw your attention to professional education. Future accountants will increasingly need education in digital technology, globalization and evolving regulations such as tax regulations, new forms of corporate reporting, integrated reporting regulations, and so on. They will also need the skills to provide more all-inclusive corporate reporting. Now, universities have developed curriculums for accounting students in line with their future needs. Professional organizations, all chartered as well as CMAs, will need to incorporate new areas such as cloud computing, big data, digital technology, integrated reporting, carbon emission accounting, and so on for accounting students. The practitioners are conducting surveys on cloud computing, big data technological changes, new forms of fraud and corruptions, and corporate sustainability to address the ongoing and future opportunities and challenges facing the profession. A growing number of accounting academics are investigating more narrative corporate reporting and looking at social and environmental sustainability issues and the associated global frameworks such as Global Reporting Initiative Standards, the UN Global Compact, social accountability, and so on. Professional accounting organizations in developed countries are providing seed funding to academic researchers to investigate issues in line with future economic, technological, social, and environmental changes. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, while thanking the organizing committee for inviting me, I appeal all of you to be equipped with all skills to safeguard the accounting profession. I wish the conference all success. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Sri Bandara, for the nice presentation on the accounting profession challenges and opportunities. You have linked through the importance of accountants having in-depth knowledge on technology and the changes. We wish you all the very best. Your country is going to bounce back quite soon. Don't worry, we are with you. Our country is with you. Modi ji is with you. So don't worry, we are with you. And I hope, we wish, I hope Sri Lakshman Vatawala is doing well. Please convey our regards to him. And we wish you all the best. And we have a presentation for him.
He is also CMA Sri Lanka, Bandara sir. Shankar Panikar, Southern India Regional Council Chairman. So he is your member of your institute, sir.
In fact, I've always observed that the quality of CMAs from Sri Lanka, in fact, in Cochin, we had a program with, in a joint program with CMA Sri Lanka, Indo-Sri Lanka Students Fest, and your students could actually get into, got certain awards and got prizes ahead of us. So you have all the possibilities to come back quickly, bounce back sooner. We wish you all the best. May God be with you.
Thank you.
Welcome. And we'll quickly move on to the next session, which is by the chief guest, Sri Georgie Nayanan, Managing Director, Titanium, Travancore Titanium Products Limited. He's a cost accountant by profession. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shankar Bhai, and thank you so much, President. Now it is with the permission of the Nisha Habi Madam and Padma Shruti, we are going to perform some certain pleasantries. So first we would like to honor our President of SAFA. Virtually we are giving you wonderful gift and other things and shawl. Virtually. So later on it will reach when we physically meet in on August 21st and 22nd in Delhi for the SAFA Foundation Day and other events. Along with Jambu Saria sir, we will be doing. So may I now request the team members to please come forward, and I request Raju Iyer sir and Vijender Bhai to kindly honor our Vice President SAFA Jambu Saria sir with a shawl and a memento, please. Very well. Now I request our Honorable President and Vice President to honor our Chief Guest of the day, George Nainan sir, who is the Managing Director of Titanium. I request Shankar Panikar Bhai to please take Neeraj Bhai and Niranjan sir, come this side. Chairman, I can. To honor our Honorable President, I request CMA Askar Ali Bhai and Vijit Bhai to please come forward and honor our President P. Raju Iyer sir with a shawl. Vijit and Askar Ali Bhai. They are the managing committee members, as a former chairman of Kozhikode Malappuram chapter, newly born chapter. And to honor our Vice President, I request Lajish Bhai and youngest member to please come. Or Vijender Bhai, you can go down and take the honor from our Lajish. Hariyar Subramanian sir, stand there, you stand there. Hariyar Subramanian sir, you can bless future president. Shankar Bhai, Hariyar Subramanian sir, ingotu varam bara. Thirije. To honor our Council Member Niranjan Mishra sir, I request George Matthew sir, former Chairman Kottayan chapter, to please come forward, and Shankar Bhai to join George Matthew sir to honor our Council colleague Niranjan Bhai. To honor our Neeraj Joshi Bhai, I request former chairman of Trivandrum chapter of Cost Accountants, Manohar Nair sir and P.T. Raju sir of Kottayan to please come forward and honor. P.T. Raju sir is there, or Jagadish or Anup? Manohar sir, please. On the mask uri Corona ennu varathilla. Raju sir, Naduk varu. So that Raju here sir, they will also be. Please come center na. Neeraj bhai, come to the center. I request my classmates are here, MS Prakash Bhai, Suresh Bhai and Basi Kumar. I request all the three of you to please come forward and honor our Chairman, Southern India Regional Council, Shankar Panikar Bhai. We are all classmates and we have ensured that we completed our CMA course also. Properly. Hello, Shankar Bhai, come to the center. Raju sir, tell them to come here. Suresh, Nadukku. Thank you very much, each and every one of you. Suresh, after this we'll have tea break. You can tell hello, how are you? Basi sir, please sit down. After this, tea break is there. At that time you can. Now let us listen to the chief guest.
Now, I invite Chief Guest of the Day, Sri Georgie Nayanan, Managing Director, Travancore Titanium Products Limited and Chemdel to address the gathering.
It is very nice to meet you all. I think usually this type of seminar and meetings, it is a great challenge. And I think the challenge has been met by you all people very smartly. So the future of CMS are very safe now. That's my observation. Respected Raju P. here, our President, Vijayendra Sharma, Vice President, Nihar Jambusurya, Vice President SAFA, Shankar Panikar, Chairman SIRC, and CMA Padmanabhan, who is actually the man behind all these organizations. I think you all know how he is working. I just had a few acquaintance with him only. Neeraj Joshi, Narayan Misra and all you delegates and the important persons on and off the dais. I think the future of accountancy profession, challenges and opportunities is apt thing you have to think on, and that is what is happening here now. I think the future is there for you all profession. When I last talked to our people, I am basically a chemical engineer. I told them that there is a scope for you. Now, you know, in Kerala and all, engineering courses are seen to be very much on demand. It is not of a demand because the supply is more and demand is less. Like that, people are worried. I told them that each and everything you see, there is a chemical. So there is a scope for you for working on that chemical thing everywhere there is there. It's an attitude which you have to cultivate that has to generate you the opportunities. Similarly, I think in accountancy profession also, each and every activities of our life, behind that there is some sort of a cost management or cost accounting or cost realization, it is there. Even for the organizing this seminar itself, there is a cost factor though that you have to consider for that. So how the future comes to you is that how you identify the challenges before you. It's everywhere. The opportunities are there everywhere. Every walk of your life, it is there. How you identify the challenges, that is there. Your future depends upon it. And I see it from another angle, not from CMA angle. I am a technical professional who is heading the organization, CEO of public sector undertaking. What I understand is that for my everyday decision making, there is a need for cost information. So that is well met by my colleague, Mr. Pranav Jain and all, who has called me to this meeting. He is feeding me like that. Earlier, somebody has told that we are facing two wars. One is from COVID and from another is from Ukraine. As a public sector, I have faced all these two things. Because in COVID situation also, I have to take decisions based on that the situation, what is the economic situation, how is it. And Ukraine war also, every day by day it's changing because furnace oil prices are increasing, the crude oil price is increasing, the market condition is stable. It is not going to make much of it. How to make a decision to sell it, how to make it, things like that. Every day I need data from the people, so that these people are giving me. Based on that only I could make decisions. So the accountants service in my organization is very much important. I think the cost audit is made compulsory or statutory by the ROC. Similarly, I think there should be an statutory provision made by ROC that every organization which is having more than, just like the Companies Act 2013, every organization which is having more than 10 crores or above as capital, they should have a cost accountant department and a cost accountant. That should be there. That point that has to be taken up by you people. And moreover, I think, just as everybody said, ICA or CMA, whoever it is, the profession should have to be renamed as cost and management analyst, because situation has come where the all things has to be rethinked, because situation has demanded us to think of newer and newer ideas, because information analysis and whichever is given to make decision, that has to be done. So the course itself or otherwise this profession itself has to be changed to cost and management analysts, I think so. That's why just a suggestion, I think so. And moreover, just as Yogesh Gupta sir said, in whatever DPRs we are seeing, detailed project reports we are seeing, just a financial analysis is made, but in most of them, there will not be any social cost benefit analysis. That is actually a deficiency in that. That social cost benefit analysis is the thing which makes you more aware of these things, because each and every activity or each and every project, there is a social cost and a social benefit also. You have to weigh between that. If the social cost is more, then social benefit also has to be seen. Otherwise, economic cost or benefit analysis may not itself make the project viable or not. So, as Yogesh Gupta sir said, that thing had to be included in analyzing these DPRs and the sensitivity analysis and things like that. All those things has to be done. Actually, when I completed my MBA and started practicing as a CEO, I thought that I should have more awareness about this cost management and accounting. So I started, I registered as a student in Trivandrum chapter. For some days I was there as a student in the Trivandrum chapter. And Manoharan sir also was there as my teacher, Nanti, I think so. But due to my professional preoccupancies, I could not continue that, but I still think that it is necessary for everybody to have this for the success in there, because app decisions will be taken based on the real-time cost data. Once my previous CEO, when I was in Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited, Mr. Ekeluk, who was a retired IAS man, who is a technical man also, he told that your decisions should not be subjective. It should be all based on quantitative data. How you will get this quantitative data? For everything, how you will make? Even a transfer or a promotion or a HR decision, it is having a cost. That's what that should be counted, and your decision should be based on that quantitative data. So how you will make it? You can make it only based on this quantitative analysis. I think my time is over. Already you might have been very late on this, no? And one more thing is that CMS all should have very up-to-date knowledge about the changes happening in the socio-political situations. There is a challenge for the people there, no? You know that these two situations, what happened in Sri Lanka, what happened in Ukraine, what happens with the Chinese innovations, Chinese encroachment of the economic world. So all those things has to be taken care of, and CMA should be prepared for meeting those challenges. You know that there is frequent changes in GST issues. So the CMA should be very much aware of the changes happening in these tax laws and rules. All these challenges you have to meet, but I think you will be dealing it on very detailed manner in the coming sessions. I wish the organizers a very success in this matter. I congratulate Mr. Padmanabhan and team, Raju Iyer sir and team for conducting this seminar in a successful way. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Georgie Nainen sir. You have actually mooted a point of analysis. So that's something which the government has to take a call. And anyway, we are known as accountants majorly. So it was a big task to remove that works from us. And now it's facing a very tough task to bring in management in us. Now, if you ask them to make it analyst, they will put it off. But your point is very clear. In fact, we are an intellectual companion for decision makers. I fully agree with you. I cannot agree with you more. Thank you so much for the trigger. Friends, we'll just break this session. I'll not take much of a time for the vote of thanks. All of us have heard, and today we had excellent inauguration sessions where we have linked the importance between the finance profession and the challenges with accounting profession and the challenges and opportunities. We are not going to stop with this. We'll take a small break. Thank you so much, panelists, for giving us this wonderful insights. In fact, starting from Vijayendra ji, linking that with the sustainability, and Jambu Surya sir talking about the profession, and our great Raju Iyer sir linking the efficiency circle, the circle by which organization achieves the efficiency level. And we'll not stop with this. We'll continue with the panelists. Thank you so much. After this small break, we'll come back with another panel. And till such time, we'll take 15 minutes break to have a tea. Thank you so much.
Panelist, CA Nihar Jambusaria, Vice President SAFA, CA Ranjit Agarwal, Member SAFA PAIB Committee, CMA Debashish Mitra, Council Member ICAI, CMA Dr. AVSN Murthy, Council Member ICAI, CMA Vijay Kiran, Secretary SIRC, CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, Council Member ICAI. I request Chairman CMA PSM Hamid sir to address the gathering.
Respected Hennanayage Bandara, who has joined us virtually, President SAFA, CA Nihar in Jambusaraya sir, Vice President SAFA, President of our institute, Sri Raju Iyer, Vice President of the institute, Vijendra Sharma ji, my beloved brother Pappan, alias H. Padmanabhan, Chairman SAFA PAIB Committee and Chairman International Affairs Committee of ICAI, Yogesh Gupta ji, who has come as a lightning, did thunderstorms, enlightened us and left us early. Goyal Saab, whom I fondly call Krishna Paramatma of our institute, because we see presidents after presidents, but one person who never changes, who supports us, who supports the profession at government level as well as in public. Goyal Saab, former Additional Chief Advisor Caste, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and Head of Indian Caste Account Service. Mr. Shankar Panikar, my friend, Chairman SARC, Mr. Vijay Kiran, Secretary, SARC, and other members of the PAIB committee, members of the Central Council, Managing Committee of Trivandrum chapter, Kottayam chapter, Trichur chapter, and Malappuram, Kozhikode chapter, and my dear friends. Good afternoon to every one of you. It gives me great pleasure to be amongst you and share some of my thoughts. The conference theme chosen is Future of Accounting Profession, Challenges and Opportunities. I am seeing this theme for 100th of time since my association with the institute, because on various occasions we have chosen this theme whenever the profession faces challenges. So challenges are not new. The profession has withstood the challenges and created opportunities for the professionals as well as the members. To drive home, I would like to recall a Malayalam movie. I am very fond of Malayalam movies. A blockbuster Dulkar movie, or Yamandan Premakatha. In that movie, Harish Kinnaran's role as a tea shop owner, he will not be able to calculate anything. He cannot add 2 plus 2. So finally what he will do to overcome the situation, he will get an opportunity to use a calculator. While using the calculator, the customer will say, I have taken 2 puttu, 1 chaya, and 2 other items I remember. He will add 14, 6, 6, 8. He will not use the plus symbol. So the total will come as 14,668. the customer will get annoyed and he will throw some money and go away. Why I am telling this is, the challenge is always there in our life, in day-to-day life. There will be always challenges. Opportunities will also knock at our doors. We must make use of the opportunity. The poor guy failed to use the plus symbol, so he missed out that opportunity. One more movie I remember, Neelakasham Pachekadal Chonnabhumi. The puncture wala, he will create an opportunity for his work and he will make earnings. Like that, what we accountants must not look for opportunity to knock our doors. We must be able to create the opportunities. In fact, I was asked to chair a session on the theme Future of Accounting, Impact of Digital Transformation. When did this digital transformation took place? Is it new? Has it appeared suddenly from heaven in 2022? Not at all. Digital transformation has started in 70s. When the computers, especially mainframe computers, if you start from the first generation computers, the first activity which was computerized was payroll activity. Because accounting activity only chosen to be addressed through use of computers. Because the volume. If you see all other elements of cost, almost there is a certainty in everything. Whether it is materials, whether it is overheads, whether it is machine hour rate, whatever it may be. But always dynamic is labor. Because if you adopt a piece rate system, the pieces, you can be paying labor only to the extent of pieces made. But the time with which the pieces are made, that matters. That will change the impact of overheads on them, charged on them. Similarly, if you pay on time basis, within that time, the productivity will decide how much quantity you will be able to produce. So the quantum or the volume of transactions to be captured was enormous those days itself. And in 70s, the payrolls and the payroll calculation was the first and foremost area where this digital transformation has taken place and impacted all businesses. Many companies, even today, outsource their payroll processes. 80s took a little shift where report generation, data analysis have started being used as digital transformation. In 90s, balance sheets were drawn, tax returns were prepared through the help of computers. And in 2K, it was a 2K explosion. In fact, the 2K explosion took place to address the problem of DDMMYY to DDMMYYYY. But that gave rise to various financial accounting softwares, whether it is Oracle Financials, auto accounting softwares like EX, Tally, etc. ERP, emergence of ERP. ERP is basically, if you disseminate, it will percolate down to MRP, Material Resources Planning, and accounting. These two areas are the basis or foundation for any ERP system. But whether ERP could address all the accounting issues? Not at all. In fact, I have been a core team member of ERP implementation in our organization. And we had to customize a lot of things to suit the local business needs of an organization. So we had to do a lot of customization of the ERP software itself with the help of the implementation partner. Then we had to make use of the reports available in ERP. Unfortunately, the ERP reports, we may having thousands of reports on FICO modules, but unfortunately, we will not be able to use not more than a few hundreds. Whereas you have to generate your own reports in hundreds to suit the business needs. That is the digital transformation, which has given opportunity to the accountants to make use of the technology, at the same time impact the business decisions. 2010s, we have seen e-commerce platforms, startups, explosion of various apps, Android-based apps, smartphone-based apps, smart TV-based apps, B2B, B2C, all these things. If you are able to analyze the impact of these developments, technological developments, these are related to, they are touching the every heart of the accounting professional. One way or the other, the main purpose of this digital transformation is to address the financial issues or accounting issues only. They are tools, they are not challenges. In 20s, after the emergence of COVID and all, work from home, web meetings, webinars like this, OTTs, digital payments, all these have come. What all they speak about? Startups, digital payments. Which area they touch upon? They touch upon accounting only. Over a period, if you see the digital formation, though this digital transformation touches every business processes, it touches more the account. Develop acumen to analyze the data. Even artificial intelligence cannot go beyond a certain level where accountant can interfere and contribute more. Digital transformation is for reimagining the business processes to align with the technological developments. But this technological developments, unless otherwise it is used for arriving at correct decisions in business, they can be of no use. So what we have to do is, as professional cost and management accountant, as a chartered accountant, we have to take the outputs from the artificial intelligence, or distributed ledger system, or blockchain, or cloud computing, whatever it may be. They are just data management tools. They are giving only data management tools which should be made use of by creative minds of professional cost and management accountants. Now the accounting has started moving from compliance to management. See, compliance part is being taken care of by digital solutions, whether it is preparation of returns, whether it is legal compilations, etc., are being addressed by the computers, digital means. But the financial management cannot be taken away by data management tools. Data management tools can be used by only a good executive who can interpret in such a way that which should contribute to the decision-making process. In fact, Michael Higgins, a Forbes Council member, has given an article on digital transformation and its impact on accounting in future. He has specifically told that cloud-based data management, process automation, and advanced analytics are actually poised to further elevate accountants in new and empowering ways. We must focus more on adaptation rather than replacement. We should not fear that we may be replaced with digital transformation. We may be replaced with computing technologies. We may be replaced with some digital initiatives. Make them as tools. Technology will support our profession. It will not replace. Artificial intelligence reports can be used to more effective financial planning and reporting while we explore, share, and analyze the data. Powerful accounting potential of blockchains should be learned and disseminated across the professional so that we will be able to contribute more in decision making. So our role has moved from clerical accounting to decision making process. In between, we have to come across various professionals. This digital transformation has not affected only accountants, or I will not say affecting, it should be taken as impacted the functioning of accountants. It has impacted the functioning of any professional for that matter. in a business atmosphere or social atmosphere, wherever it is, digital transformation has come out with new faster technologies which can be made use of for furtherance of the objective of a business. So what I would say is, there is no threat to the profession. It is only opportunities. Make use of the opportunities, create opportunities, excel in your profession. That is what I want to say. Before concluding, I would like to congratulate the Trivandrum chapter of Cost Accountants. In fact, I wanted to participate in the Golden Jubilee celebrations to be held tomorrow. Due to some travel restrictions, I had to return today. So the Trivandrum chapter, we have a founder member with us. Papan used to call him as always youngest member of Trivandrum chapter of Cost Accountants, Mr. Harihara Subramaniam. He is a founder member of this chapter. Actually, the chapter was formed in the year 1969, if I remember correct. It was recognized as a chapter in 1971. It has already completed 50 years. In fact, 51 years it has completed. So Golden Jubilee celebrations could not be held due to COVID restrictions last 2 years, I suppose. So this is the best opportunity. The South Asian Federation of Accountants event is being held at Trivandrum. Along with that, to coincide with that event, this Golden Jubilee celebrations is being held. I congratulate everyone, right from Harihara Subramaniam sir till today, the managing committee, Hari Prasad, Vishnu Nair, Pranav Jayan, Pramod Chandran, everybody, and other committee members who have associated, who are toiling, who are working for this profession. I wish the celebrations very success, and I thank every one of you for patient listening and the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
May I now request Sri Goyal sir to carry on with the discussions. The topic would be the future of accounting profession, challenges and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of you. Since morning we have listened to a lot of learned people. What exactly is the type of challenges and how do we convert those challenges to opportunities? Historically also many people have shared that how from Jambu Surya said that from 1983 onwards we have lot of challenges we had, but we could successfully convert those into good opportunities. Like that, a number of speakers have shared their views that how do we really address this future of the accounting profession and in what direction it is traveling. Mr. Hamid has really shared that what the role of technology is. Please don't have a fear of that technology. Technology is your partner. It is going to help you to improve your position from mere accountant to a value accountant, to a business partner. So that is where the elevation of the accounting field, accounting domain has taken place over the years. If you really see the type of disruptions in the last 5, 7, 10 years in the business has happened, not because of COVID, but because of a lot of disruptions happening because of technological changes. In many companies have been wiped out from the map today, many eminent companies. And it is estimated that in the next 10 to 12 years, more than 60% of the Fortune 1000 companies will stand to wipe out. That's what the experts are of the view, that many of them may not exist, what we are seeing today and all that. So that is the kind of changes which are coming. In addition, this COVID and Ukraine war has put a lot of other additional challenges and all that. But what really is emerging is that definitely there is a need to learn better skills, whether they are digital skills, whether they are business skills, whether they are people skills. there is definitely need to improve your profile from being a mere accountant or a mere auditor to a real value business partner for the organization, for any entity. The second issue which Mr. Gupta flagged in the morning, that how much these accountants are really playing the role in handling the public issues as a public contribution in public finances, public contributions. That's how much the accountants should stand up and play that kind of active role. To give you a small example, that when I joined the Government of India in the 1983, we had a very small number of service officers. In my service, both cost accountants and chartered accountants are equally eligible to come join the service. Though the name of the service is Indian Cost Account Service, that's the issue. We had very limited ministries where the service officers were functioning at that time. Today, if you see the journey which has taken place over the last 40 years, every ministry is every day asking more and more number of accountants from the Indian Cost Account Service. They are feeling much greater need of these accounting professionals to help them to improve their policy making issues, including all these the regulatory bodies or the enforcement agencies like CBI, Enforcement Directorate, SFIO. Everywhere my service officers are being by level or by name are being asked for that. In that we have seen the experience that by virtue of these professionals working in the government, because all other bureaucrats may not be qualified professionals, maybe simple graduates. You know, in the civil services, a simple graduate is eligible to appear, but incidentally some of them are qualified professionals also, qualified doctors or CMAs, CAs and all that, but their number is very small. This service is the only service which is 100% professional driven service and all that. So therefore, there is a huge demand from these service officers, and over the period, hundreds and thousands of crores of public money has been saved by the contribution made by this so-called accountants, but we now are naming it as accountants. They are not accountants. They are not doing any accounting job and all that, but they are really contributing towards building, strengthening the public finances, improving the public finance utility and all that. So therefore, the change has been emerging as the time travels, as the demand comes that we need this type of accountant, we need this type of, automatically the accounting profession has a stand up to that level. They have learned digital skills, they have learned all the business skills and all that. And more institutes, professional bodies are really changing their, every 4 or 5 years they are changing their syllabi also frequently and adding all these new tools, techniques in their part of syllabus. So therefore, there is a very clear focus that how the future accountants, I would not like to call them accountants, or the future professionals are going to play a very prominent role in the nation building. That is where I think we have to understand the complete profile of this profession. Gentlemen, I will not come in your way. We have a very limited time and we have a very, very learned person sitting on the dais. I would prefer to give more time to them. I would prefer to start from my right side. Let me request our Ranjit Agrawalji, Central Council member of the CA Institute, who has a very, very long experience of handling all these kind of accounting professional issues, problems. He has been chairman of number of committees in the institute. So today also he is chairing some of the committees, very valuable committees. So I would request him to share his views on what these technological changes are really brought out, how they are brought out, how they are helping, and what other dimensions he would advise the profession to address in the future, at the younger generations to address. Thank you very much. Ranjit, yours.
Thank you very much, sir, Goelji. I will put it that way. If you see a bridge has been made by engineer, and because of the negligence of that engineer, the bridge collapsed. So there is a loss of natural resources. If a doctor made some mistakes while operation and the patient dies, it's a loss of a human being. But if a chartered accountant or a cost accountant certify a balance sheet or a certificate, and people put their money, and if that certificate comes out to be a wrong certificate, then the trust and the belief by 135 crore people of this country are shaken. Because except Kerala, where is 100% literacy, 99% people of this country don't know how to read the balance sheet. And on the basis of the certificate by a CA and a cost accountant, they are putting their money in the capital market or a banks. So if somebody is taking money from bank and we are certifying wrongly, and the bank collapse, so this insurance by the bank becomes bankrupt versus 5 lakh rupees. Earlier it was 1 lakh, it is increased to 5 lakh rupees. So we as a accountant has a larger responsibility in this country to keep the trust and the belief of the people of this country. So we are not an engineer or a doctor or an advocate. We are certifying the finance of this country, number one. The challenge which I see today, that our profession has been constituted by our forefather to serve this society, serve this country. And of late, we see Institute of Chartered Accountants in India, if I give the example, there are 350,000 members and more than 2 lakh members in jobs. Hardly 1.5 lakh members are in practice, and every 6 months, 14 to 15,000 C are qualifying, 99% are opting for jobs. So this profession has not been made for the job. We have been made to be a job giver, not a job seeker. But this is the challenge, that people are like taking this job in such a way, and the companies are also paying. In the last campus, we got out of 14,000 CA, 9,000 apply for job, and average package was 15 lakh rupees. Highest 30 lakh, lowest 6 lakh rupees. And considering the demand, we have this time made 9 lakh rupees minimum. Any company cannot come to the campus without paying 9 lakh rupees. This term we have increased 9 lakh. So huge demand of the chartered accountant there, that's fine. But are we, this institution has been made to be in the job or a practice or serve the society? This is the challenge I can see. As far as technology is concerned, I see technology is an enabler, not a disruptor. If you see the forensic accounting, insolvency, valuation, all these has been byproduct of the technology. And had it not been then, so how the chartered accountant, cost accountant can certify the data? And now, because of this technology, see, what is our role? Our role is certify. Certify what? Certify the data. The more the data are generated, more certification happen. So because of this technology, when the informal economy becomes the formal economy, more and more data are generated. The more data will be generated, the more work of the professionals will increase. This is the way I look at it. Because of this corona pandemic, when the outsourcing work from other countries has started coming to India, and all the big four, out of these 7,000 people placed in the last campus by ICI, 4,000 they have absorbed. So 4,000 chartered accountants every 6 months, they are absorbing to do the data entry job of the outsourcing work which the other country are putting in India. So huge outsourcing work is coming to India. Earlier only one big four was doing outsourcing. Now all big four are doing outsourcing work because of the potential of this work. So how it has happened? It has happened because of the technology. If you see this, what we can see, how this technology is helping. Now we are considering that the drone will be at the workplace to see the stock position and report to the company or report to the chartered account to make the stock audit report. That kind of scenario is coming. And what is our role as a CA? Now, what we see in the future, these malls will be redundant. Whatever malls, shopping mall you are seeing, all malls will be redundant. because the company are making the warehouses near the residential area. And the drones are going to deliver the goods which you are asking online to your doorstep. So our role is, because of this technology, huge transformation in the delivery mechanism has started, and how this technology is changing the ecosystem of the livelihood of these people. So this is the one aspect. Second aspect is that because of the integration of the software of the government, whether GST or income tax or a MCA or a RBI or a SEBI, all 5 regulators, their data management system has been integrated. And now whatever transaction you are doing, it is system is giving you the AIS what you have done in the financial market, in the bank, in a shopping mall, or in a income tax, whatever you are doing, they are giving you the data. So what is our role? Now our role is not to compile those data. Our role is to advise the client how to effectively use your resources. Because now gone are the days when you have to collect the data, upload the return. That part is going to be over. Traditional practice will not be relevant in the days to come. Our role is to have a business advisory role to the client, because now, because of the complexity in the name of ease of doing business, the business has become more complex, and not a single business can survive without the services of the professional. You ask anybody, they cannot run their business without the service of CA or a cost accountant or a company secretary. So our role has increased manifold because of this technology. So technology, in my opinion, is not a disruptor, it's an enabler. And what future I can see, this yearly balance sheet will not be relevant. The management will not wait for 1 year to take a decision in the AGM what is his financials. Now they need the data on hourly basis, daily basis. So these annual balance sheet will also be not relevant. So how, whether when you cannot certify annual financial statement, whether the role of CA will not be there? No. The role will increase manifold, because they need your services more than the annual which they used to do right now. So in my opinion, the technology is going to be facilitator and enabler and not a disruptor. The only challenge we have to learn. We have to learn and relearn with the recent changes, because we cannot say, I don't know. I'm giving you one more example, how the social media is helping the government. 2 months before, there was a flood in Assam. And some of the parts like Guwahati and Silchar were cut off from rest of the country because roadways and railway were flooded. So only airways was running. So social media, it's a huge discussion was going on. All the airline made the fare not less than 30,000, 30 to 35,000 rupees from Guwahati to Calcutta, Guwahati to Delhi. So it was debated in the social media, and because of this technology, the CM called the civil aviation minister, and the civil aviation minister took all the airlines officers and they told them, you cannot charge more than 2,500 rupees for next 2 weeks. And all the airlines complied. So this is the governance of the government by the technology. Through social media, they are governing. So likewise also, we chartered accountant, cost accountant can do lot of work through this technology, provided we are upgraded with the relevant time.
Thank you very much, Ranjitji. You have rightly said that 2, 3 very, very important things. One is you are custodians of the faith of 130, 140 crore people. Your mere certificate reposes a lot of faith on the public for whatever taking decisions, including the business communities. So therefore, the professionals have to stand up to that occasion, that they don't reach to a case where they lose out that faith. They don't certify the wrong statements. That's very, very important, that we must learn that ethics, what are important. The second is that the technology is an enabler, it is not a disruptor. It's definitely, it's very, very important. The live example we have seen, he gave the example of e-commerce, that how the malls are going to soon become redundant, and then you can you can have a doorstep delivery within that. In fact, the new other technology which is coming is that you can have a virtual walk in the mall. That is, yeah. Yeah, you can have a virtual walk and pick up the things from the mall by your virtual wall, like you physically go and pick up the things. So virtually you can go and have a complete walk of the mall and pick up the things, and those things will be assembled and sent to your home. So that's the kind of technology is coming. Other technology, the moment you enter a mall, the gate will recognize you and then will give you a welcome message that welcome Mr. So-and-so to our mall, and will also guide you by virtue of analyzing your nature of purchases done in the past, that these items are available at second floor, sir, these items are available at... So that's the kind of technological upgradations which have taken place to ease out your life, not to disrupt your life. So technology is a very good enabler, provided we feel it so that yes, it is a good for us. The third thing which he very rightly shared, that time has gone that we need to wait for annual financial statements or half-yearly or quarterly limited review statements and all that. No, that is now everybody wants live data, live performance data, live financial data, live cost data, live profitability data. A live example I give you of that. Indian Railways so far didn't have that kind of system for devising the cost of each of the service, each train run. They have a very old system of working out their cost system, which is done after the 2 years of the financial data is assembled. Then they work out the cost. We have designed the Indian Railways activity-based costing system. Now that system is designed in such a way that the moment a train leaves, say Rajdhani leaves Delhi and reaches Mumbai, the moment it reaches Mumbai, within next 5 minutes, the profitability of that train will be on the dashboard of the minister. That's the type of system we have developed. So it has been very well appreciated. They are now going in the implementation stage. They are implementing it. The institute has done that. So this is what is the positive part of the technology. How the accountants can really convert that into a real value proposition for the institution. That is where it really makes a difference. Morning we also had that Gupta Sahab mentioning that every day new and new changes are coming, the GST or many other changes. How the institutions are really enabling and training their members, their accountants. I would say that we have a very good learned person, Devashish Mitra, with us, who is chairman of the Board of Advanced Studies for the last 3 years in the institute, and has been very successfully developed the advanced courses in every area you mention it, be it forensic audit, be it GST, be it systems audit or IT improvement or artificial intelligence or SAP, whatever you may mention it, he's going to share with you all those. So I'll request Devashish himself to share instead of my telling you everything. Devashish, please.
Before deliberations, I will request, before deliberation, I will request the students who are available in this auditorium. I want to see them. Will you just kindly stand up, please? And I feel that the people who are sitting here, they are also students, no? I will request them just kindly come and sit in front. Thank you very much. Because, please sit down. Because they are our future professionals. Because they are my future professionals. Because today's discussion cannot be completed without them. Because our future profession depends upon future professionals who are right now sitting in this auditorium. Thank you very much, Goel sir. Now the point is this. Just now somebody was taking that whether the new technology will supersede accountants. No. Why? My mother has a knee problem. She has to operate the knee and it has to be replaced, the knee replacement operations and all the things. The doctor who was in Calcutta, who operated my mother's knee, he took the help of the computer at the time of the operation. Whether computer has replaced the expertise of that orthopedic doctor? No. Because doctor had taken the help of the computer so that the operation will be fine and successful. Another live example. You are aware of the in vitro fertilizations, IVF, where the embryos are being hatched by computer-assisted hatching so that the quality of the embryos will be good and it will be replaced to the mother's womb properly. Does it mean that the gynecological doctors whose expertise has been minimized? No. He or she is taking the help of the new technology. Same way, the accountant has to take the help of the new technology. We are talking about the data analytics. Just go at the beginning of the COVID situation, where we do not know that how many doctors are available in a particular city. We didn't know that how many beds are available in some hospitals. We didn't know that what are the apparatus are available in the particular city or the hospitals or this particular zone or in that particular state. But we are combating the problem faced by the doctors. The lakhs of patients are coming into the hospital beds are not available, or it may happen that in particular zone that the beds are not available, but in some other zone, beds are available. The complete data are not available. Even if the data are available, then who will analyze that data that you please kindly shift the patient from zone 1 to zone 2, because in zone 1 the beds are not available, but in the zone 2 the beds are available. The data analytics comes in that particular phase. I am fortunate enough that my president has given two important departments to me. One is Board of Advanced Studies and Research. Another is Members in Industry and Placement. I am very fortunate enough that the total council has helped me, and during the last 3 years, the Board of Advanced Studies and Research of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India has started very important course, that is the Diploma in Data Analytics. Another course, that is Diploma in Information System Security Audit, which I feel that most of the important companies, not only the banking sectors, but also the PSUs, they should incorporate in the tender document of the internal audit the requirement of the DISA, Diploma in Information System Security Audit, offered by the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. They should incorporate it in the tender document. I am telling you, sir, I am from Konkan Railway. Fortunately, this Kerala government has also a shareholder of my company. And in my tender document, the DISA qualification has been recognized by the Konkan Railway that is the required qualification. Some of the additional points is to be given for recognizing the proper auditors who have the DISA qualification, along with the ISA and DISA also. I will request all the practitioners who are sitting over there, just kindly tell your clients to incorporate the DISA qualifications in the next tender documents. Another important course which has already been started by the Board of Advanced Studies and Research, that is the Diploma in Forensic Audit. I am very happy to inform you that some of my council colleagues are also students of that particular Diploma in Forensic Audit, and they are very happy. Niranjan sir is here. He was the student of the Forensic Audit, and hopefully he can also share his views that whether that the course curriculum is very much important for his clients or not. Another important which I like to share, that because of these courses which has already been incorporated by the institute, the future professionals are getting ready. How I can understand these things? Just kindly look at in this year placement. The highest salary offered are 28 lakhs offered by the Power Finance Corporation. The average salary offered to my students, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, is around 14 to 15 lakhs. and around 65 to 70% of our students has been enrolled and they got the job. Sir, these are the improvements. And I am telling you, sir, conventional accounting jobs are going. Conventional job means that is the data entry, that is the preparation of the stock, payrolls and everything that will be taken care by the computers. You have to think that how you will analyze the data, how you will interpret the data, how you will use that interpretation for the future decision of the company. If the decisions of the companies will be taken by the accountant, I can share that nowadays the Public Enterprise Selection Board is taking some of the good accountants as in the CMD position also. Live example, Amitabh Banerjee. Presently previously he was my Director of Finance. Now he is the CMD of most of the important company in India, Indian Railway Finance Corporation. Now he is the CMD of that. So that's why I'm telling, sir, I am always appeal to my future professional who are the student of the institute. Just kindly pay your attention on these courses. Before completion of your final, you just kindly enroll in these courses. And I am definitely this will help you very much. And I am telling you, all my students, that if you kindly pay your attention on these type of courses, at least in the interview board, at least in the interview, you can give the answer by keeping your eyes on the eyes of the interviewer. The confidence level will increase. So this is the point which I just like to tell. And another point which I just like to highlight. Recently, the regulators are also asking that your accounting information data are to be data driven. Kindly look at the CARO requirement, CARO 2020. Nowadays, the CARO requirement is asking that you have to give the, wherever from you have taken the working capital, you have to, and if you are giving any quarterly information to the bank, you have to give that information in the CARO reporting. Why it is coming? Because I do not want to take any company's name, but you know that how some of the companies prepare the stock statement. First of all, they want to know what is their requirement of the working capital. On the basis of that, the stock statement prepares. So, jokes apart, now if you will start giving this information on a regular basis to the, as per the CARO reporting, automatically the statutory auditor can pay their attention that where is the data are fluctuating, and they can interpret the data, and they can start analyzing the data, and they can understand that where is the loopholes are there. So these are the points which I just like to highlight. Another point is this, in the CARO also, nowadays the statutory auditor has to write that whether the adequate internal audit system is there in this particular company according to the size of the company or not. Why this is coming? Because this internal audit system is very, very important, and which is the backbone of the statutory audit nowadays, I'm just telling you. Because some of the statutory auditors, first, as soon as they enter into my premises, they ask, kindly give me the last 4 quarters statutory audit report. I am happy to inform you that Board of Advanced Studies and Research has already started an advanced certification course on internal audit. And for your information, as the chairman of that Board of Advanced Studies, I have also taken admission as a student in this particular course. And I am very happy that B.B. Goel sir has conceptualized this course, and he only helped me to incorporate so many topics which is supposed to be there in this particular course. And last but not least, another point which I just like to highlight, that the today's morning some dignitaries has talked about the business model. People are talking about the business model. We accountants tell that unless and until I cannot understand the business model, I cannot formulate it into the financial modeling. So what is the financial modeling? Financial modeling comes that at the time when you are going for the merger and acquisition, when it is going for the project finance, everywhere the financial modeling is required. Financial modeling, say for example, is a project finance. You are making a projection of around 35 years. How your business will move, how the balance sheet and the profit and loss account will show after 10 years how your balance sheet and profit and loss account will looks like. Today, the dollar rupee is around 80. Do you know that if you will go for the import of say $500 million, and if this dollar rupee will be in the 80 level today, and if tomorrow it will be 90, then how much the financial liability will come after 5 years? If you cannot interpret in this way, you cannot stand in the accounting field. So these are the future of profession. So without taking much time, now I request Goel sir to carry this proceedings further, and I request all my students to kindly join in this course if you want to see yourself as a future perfect professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Devashish. I knew that you are going to really propel your student community to join your advanced courses. And many of us, as he rightly said, are also his students. Not only just like that, we raised up our hands. We are students of his many courses and all that. Also, many of us are students. Gentlemen, as he rightly shared that example of the doctor taking help of technologies, or the technology helping us to know that in zone 1 the bed is not available, zone 2 is available, and all that. These are all helping us to understand the uses of the technology and all that. We have a very fine example of the power grid, national power grid coming in the country, where a one state surplus in power can comfortably sell instantly that power to the demanding state or demanding company and all that. Similarly, a company requiring a power generation for its captive use need not put up necessarily a plant within its own premises. It can put up plant anywhere in the country and put that entire generated power in the grid, draw the power from the grid at the point of its consumption, the same amount of power, only it will pay the transmission charges and all that. So that kind of national grid system, now a global grid system is also coming up. We have already connected with some of the neighboring countries that grid, but new concept which is coming is the global power grid. That concept is coming.
Bangladesh
so
and Bhutan.
Yeah, we have done that. So therefore, the changes, the fast changes which are coming up are really very enormous developments are coming, and necessarily we as professionals will have to stand up to that expectations and learn all these skills. Maybe as students of his courses or whatever mode you want to adopt, necessarily we must do that. Our chief guest in the morning mentioned that during the corona period, large number of MSMEs were closed, almost since they are contributing almost 40% of the GDP. So their revival was very important. So how the professionals can play that role? So I want to share with you that the moment this corona situation came, two major documents were immediately issued by the institute. One was that how a company, not only MSME, how any company, especially MSME, can prepare the restart plan, revival plan. So that was a very important document. It's available on the website. You can go through that. The second was that in this type of disruptive situation, what should be the right type of boardroom reporting, both financial and non-financial data. We came out with a document on that this is the change required in the orientation of the board level reporting, not a traditional balance sheet or traditional statement or even a cost statement of a product. No, that is not enough and all that. So it's a different type of financial, non-financial data, and that document was very well appreciated by the industry associations, and many business leaders also appreciated that. So these are certain, along with the time as it passes, as the demands emerge, the professional bodies, I'm sure the C Institute also have been very keenly watching their website, what new documents come, what new guidance has come, and they also have been coming out with a similar type of documents, with a similar type of thing. So this has really made a major change. Another area which is very important to address and has a large what the propelling force in the economy to grow is the BFSI sector, the banking, financial services, and the insurance sector, which is really very, very important sector for the economy. It is said that if we really want to ensure a sustainable growth, a fast growth of the economy, that cannot happen without a sustainable BFSI sector. So that sector requires a lot of attention, that sector requires a lot of contribution from the professionals, to the extent that the institute wrote to the Reserve Bank of India that there should be a chief cost officer in each bank, that is separate discipline, as he was saying, that there should be a mandatory costing department above 10 crore paid up capital and all that. Even in the bank also now the survival is based on their cost competitiveness, their cost of management only. Similarly, how the future loans or advances given should be evaluated and should be monitored and all that. Institute came out with a very beautiful document on that. That is still under discussion stage with various banks and the IB and all that. Our Central Council member, who is chairman of the BFSI board and also chairman of the Indirect Taxes Committee, Mr. Chittaranjan Chittopadhyay, lovingly we call our dear Chitto. So I will request Mr. Chitto to share his views on that. I am happy that the members are restricting and their time frame within 5, 7, 10 minutes to share. So I will request Chittoda also to restrict their deliberations in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Seme Goel sir. First of all, let me convey my heartfelt thanks to the PAIB chairman, CMH Padmanabhan, to give me an opportunity to be here in this dais amongst these galaxies of these people, especially our big brother, Charter Institutes, CA Jambusia sir and CA Ranjit Agarwal. Incidentally, today I could have my introductions with him, although we hail from the same region. Respected my president and vice president, all our council colleagues on the dais, off the dais, members of these chapters. Sir, today's discussions, this particular, the future of accounting profession, challenges and opportunities, I think it should be considered in different angle, because my predecessors have spoken in various angles, but I am a chemistry honors student. I entered into accounting profession through one very important sector, that is banking sector. And I found without having knowledge on the accounting, it's very difficult to be there. And I am talking about not in this year, before the Lehman Brothers disasters happened. So we have seen the migration in the financial sector, how it has happened. And ultimately at the end of the day, the realization came like that accounting should be skill-based accounting, and skill-based accounting profession should be considered as risk-based accounting and value-based accounting. So now the tagline, which is going to be the coming years, coming decades, that you have to be a very good risk assessor, risk manager, and the accounting profession is poised to grow. As C. Ranjit Agarwal concluded, that business advisory, we considered this, and I am very much sure that the business consultancy will be one of the area for the accounting profession. Here, I will be just mentioning you why I am emphasizing on the risk aspects of the accounting profession. Accountant merely to check by check, to cash by cash, gone are the days. Black box has taken everything. So naturally, if you do not have the perception of the risk, what is the operational risk, what is the market risk, what are the credit risk of a company, what are the people risk, what are the system risk. So all these things are taken together, and as of today, every institute is looking for that. But here, whatever I feel, that very important, that value-based accounting, value addition, value management, it is going to be paramount important for this accounting profession. And especially when the accounting profession will come, audit cannot be far behind. So audit and compliance definitely a factor. They are one of the best noted comments from one of a very honorable minister we have found, that is performance audit. Performance audit is going to be one of the very important aspects. In fact, many of the companies, especially having the infrastructure projects, they are not very interested about other audits. They are interested about how their cost is properly, resource utilization has been done on day-to-day basis. So they are looking for even monitoring of their project to the performance audit, and concurrent audit and risk-based internal audit, as we know. These are all now going to be the buzzword for the auditors as of today. Now, I'll be just mentioning one point, that there is in the market, if you go to a village, go to a rural area, you will see, because we have to introspect our accounting profession also, because we are serving the society. We are talking about that we have a role to play for the nation. Now we have to introspect what role we are playing. One lady or one poor villager who is having a small loan from the banks, and we are talking about that we are balance sheets we are giving them balance sheets. But you know, when the day started with the doctor, I have to mention another word. You know, in the villages, doctors are those doctors, MBBS doctors, formally qualified doctors are not available. They are not available, only available doctors are quacks. Many quacks manages these accounts. And after all, they are creating problem for the whole accounting profession. We have seen many of the very good entrepreneurs, they are not getting funds from the banks because of the role of accountants has not been inclusive. Only we are talking about that our professional area, how we shall get our professional remunerations from the people. But we never remember that we have the responsibility to grow with the people. We have to also come out with our expertise, skill, and we have to sacrifice our time to educate the people of this India. Otherwise, whatever we are talking, it would be confined to a very small portion of people. Therefore, it is my personal observations in this particular session that the professions like CSCMA, they should be also having inclusiveness. They should also think that how we can grow, because we have seen, of late, we have seen that you will be seeing that some of the areas where CMA, CA can have a total collective force in the organizations, perhaps for any reason not known to us, that CMA forces have not been included in the accounting profession by the organizations, and other people are taking the accounting profession's role. I don't know, and I am sure, because since during my job I have tested many people, because I had to deal with those people. The accounting professions, they are having the introspection in the company's health of the accounts, how the cash inflows, how the cash outflows are going, how the resource optimization is done, how the resources are being utilized. So I think, since our very seniors from the C Institute is there, I would be rather, as a member of this profession, I would be requesting them, let us join hands together to make this accounting profession great, and let us have a very good semblance, synergy, so that ultimately the country, with this particular 130 crores of people, where the villagers having the great potential of being entrepreneur, so that their compliance and other issues we can do jointly, and ultimately at the end of the day, country become benefited. And this is I think, the role model for this accounting profession in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Chittoda. Very rightly you have highlighted this very, very important aspect of the quacks in the medical discipline and quacks in the accounting discipline. To share with you and to convey my sincere thanks to our Papan Bhai, to remove the quacks, the CAT course which is formulated and has been widely appreciated, especially in Kerala, and now it is being spread throughout the country, including the defense forces. In Maharashtra also and all that. That is where it is going to make a change of replacing all quacks in the country with the well-trained accounting technicians in the country, and that's what the movement which has started. Already more than 30,000 CAT qualified have been generated. And the next 5 years or the 7 years plan is to generate at least 7 to 8 lakh CAT qualified students in the country. So that will definitely take care of the concern which Chituda has raised, that we should not be guided, or the accounting profession should not be guided by the quacks and all that. So that's very good. Now I request our Honorable Dr. Murthy. He has a very, very wide experience of having the financial discipline as a practice, as well as the cost discipline and all that. He's very, very learned person who has spent a very long life in maturing the entire process of accounting discipline in the country. So I would request Dr. Murthy to share his views on the issue of our challenges and opportunities for this profession.
Ellavarkum namaste. Good afternoon to all of you. Accountants, auditors or auditees present here are, in one word, analysts. Now we have lost the job of accounting, auditing. Not lost, little importance. Now we have become analysts. Dear friends, please recall that in Ramayanam, when Rama is in Vanavasa, whenever Bharata goes to him, the second question of Rama is, how are our financial position? Are receipts more or payments more? Bharata also made good accounts. Secondly, in Bharatam, Draupadi is good accountant. In Vanavasam, Nakula is in charge for accounts. Bhagavad Gita, Quran, and Bible, they talk about accountability. Kautilya has given us 48 ways how money is embezzled. Accountancy is not of 1850 or 1913 or 56 or 2013 Act. It's as old as Treta Yugam. And the recent American survey proved that accountants or analysts have got role 50 years to come. So, jab tak chand suraj rahega, jab tak accounting profession rahega. That means our profession will have a definite future. But all profession or challenges or opportunities are only well within 4 walls of discipline or what do you call, expectation of government, well within ethics only. Everything only within ethics. If you don't have ethics, you are not a good accountant. All well within ethics. The expectation of the government or stakeholder is increasing more thanks to CARO or 2022 Act, or the latest, recently CE Institute has given again directions for CARO, they have changed the CARO. All the expectation of the government is more, that is challenge for us. But that challenge has got an opportunity. Every opportunity will have definitely a challenge. So if you work well within the moral values of the profession, be it CA, CMA or CS, we should first work for the morals, ethics, then our profession will be prosperous and every one of you will be prosperous. Lastly, the government is giving much importance for the skill development. They have got a board, they have got everything to take care of skill. We, as highest education institution in the country, I'm referring to all three of us, we should not produce cost accountants accidentally. We don't want that cost accountant who passes automatically. No, we don't want that product. We want that cost accountant who does costing or CA or CS on his own, who does not wait for the gate pass or things from the institute. Institute does not give you any assignment, my dear friends, young friends. It will not give. All of you have become successful only because of your maturity, your understanding, your own performance. And that is the ultimate thing. Good luck to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. He has taken us to the Treta Yug and really spoke that what the history of the accounting profession and how till the eternity of the Chand Surj living on this earth, on this in this globe, accounting profession at least will remain and mature more and more. In fact, if you read the Chanakya's Arthashastra, there are a lot of accounting issues embedded in that Shastra book and all that. I have a book at my home. I occasionally go through all these principles and all that. It's a very beautiful, it speaks, in those days also we had very good, well laid down principles of accounting and all that. So it's rightly said that it's a very, very old discipline, and not any activity, whether it is a public activity, whether it is a business activity, whether it is a service activity, or any other activity can survive without the support of the accounting professionals. So that is what is the issue which he has highlighted. We have our learned person and past president of the institute, Mr. Jambusurya. He already shared his views with us in the morning session. May I also request him to give a sum up of the entire session's takeaways for us from his dimension point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Goelji, and it's a pleasure to once again share some more views with you all. I think every speaker has highlighted and has affirmed the view that technology is not a disruptor, but it is an enabler. I may say only one line again in support of that. Human mind is created by God, and technology is created by human mind. So what human mind has created cannot supersede what God has created. So our mind's value is going to be there if we are able to use technology to our advantage to advise the clients. I think we will be in a winning position. Now, I think everybody has spoken about these challenges, opportunities, but at the same time at institute level, what was done or what is being done to tap these opportunities which are created by these challenges. So I may share some of the initiatives which were taken last year, which are being carried forward, and new initiatives which are taken. In last 2 years, after this pandemic particularly, we accelerated the pace of new technology courses which we need to introduce for members. A number of data analytics, advanced Excel, and so many courses were introduced so that existing members do not phase out and do not become outdated. And to our surprise, and particularly because lockdowns were there, the members took complete advantage of it, and most of them have undergone many such courses and upgraded their IT knowledge. At the same time, for students to always remain relevant, we generally revise syllabus after 10 years. But last year we decided that although just 5 years were completed after the last revision, which was done in the institute in 2017, the council decided that let us go for one more revision, because changes are taking place so fast, technology is developing so fast, particularly the new requirements are coming up so fast because of pandemic, because of war, because of even the climate change, that we need to really be up to date, and our students need to get the latest. So last year we set up what is called Committee for Review of Education and Training. In CA Institute we call it CRET. And here some of the steps which were taken to propose some new schemes. Like we had 20 subjects to pass by the student starting from foundation stage up to final stage. So there is a proposal, of course, after taking public comment it will be finalized, but council had proposed to the MCA and MCA approved to reduce these subjects to 16. 4 self-paced papers were proposed to be introduced, which is still in process. These papers students can clear anytime during their articleship. Articleship training period is proposed to be reduced from 3 years to 2 years. But during these 2 years, students can't appear for exam. After 6 months only they can appear. So this articleship period will be clean period of 2 years without any interruptions or disturbances. More subjects, actually in 2017 we introduced one elective paper in which the exam is being held under open book system. Now under the new scheme, some more papers are proposed to be examined under open book system. And you will appreciate with technology, so many of us spoke that now with Tele and other solutions, really we need not do the accounting. It is done by technology. We need to only interpret. So the importance of application of mind has increased so much that there is no need for students to crunch and memorize everything and vomit in the exam. But instead of that, what they are required to do is apply their mind. And they can apply their mind with open book, where questions are asked in such a way that they don't have to show their memory power, but they have to show their application power. Even with this 2 years clean articleship period without leave period, they will have more intensive training and they will be able to apply their mind in a better way in their final exam. So these were the steps taken for the future of the profession. So many challenges have created so many opportunities. To grab these opportunities, both the students and the members should get complete advantage of this technology and be advisors in future rather than just number crunchers. So these were the steps taken. I thought I will share this apart from what I had to during the inauguration session. Thank you so much.
Very good, sir. Thank you very much. Rightly said that how the developments taking place and incorporated in your syllabus, teaching methods and all that, and how the evaluation of the knowledge, not necessarily to be done by cramping and then reproducing and all that. We use the word vomiting, all that in the exam. Rather, it's a case-based examination. Most of the, you must, if you are familiar with the Harvard studies, they are all case-based. There is absolutely no such questions. I mean, like Hamid sir gave the example of 14 plus 6 plus 6 plus 8. They don't ask that you have missed the plus only and all that. It's a further application that how this can be analyzed, this data, what does this data mean and all that. So real application-based, case-based studies and all that. And this digital examination system is the future. You can't really continue with the pen paper type of and that type of examination system. I'm sure CNCG2 also slowly traveling towards that future of digital examination, wherever the paper is open book based or non-open book based and all that. Both formations will be there. So just before we close the session and give the mics to our Honorable Chairman and Secretary of the SIRC present with us. One word of caution to our student community. Students are taking this IT learning skills in a very easy way. Many of the students, when we interact, they don't have learned good commands of even basic Excel and Word and all those. That is not a very healthy. We are talking of taking the accounting profession to a much higher level. Now, if students have that kind of lethargy in learning those basic skills, and then to upgrade their skills from the advanced courses which Devashish is teaching, there is no way that automatically you can become a real good professional value business partner for the organizations and also for the government. So you must focus on, he has rightly said, the 2 years period will be purely to focus on the learnings then only we will start the examination. Let's not bother about the examination part and all that. So similarly, you have to focus on your learnings through your student period. That's the best period to enjoy also, and as well as to do focus on your learnings as well. So after you come, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, fine. So Devashish wants to share some additional thoughts with you. But we had a very, very good session today. Very healthy discussions have held. Good views have been shared by many of our eminent experts sitting on the dais and all that. I am happy that the Trivandrum chapter organized with the blessing of our Papan Bhai, this being the chairman of the PAIB SAFA level meeting. But this program, such type of programs are very, very necessary in many of the nook and corners of the country, where we need to update our knowledge, our skills and all that, the learning part and all that, and also clear our doubts in our mind that in which direction we are moving and all that. So these things make a lot of difference. So I am very much thankful. And before I close the day, though I will not be able to present tomorrow in the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Trivandrum chapter, but I give my heartful congratulations to the chapter having completed the 50 years. And I would like to wish my thanks to our Hariharan Subramaniam Sahib, who has given us blessings to all of us today, being present throughout the day. He has been blessing. So that's a great, what you call is the propelling force for all of us to really spend the day in learning all these things. Thank you very much, sir. We go back to Devashish and then to our organizers. Thank you.
Actually, today, when Goel sir was talking that our student has to pay their much attention on the basic Excel, Word, PowerPoint presentations and all the things. Just I want to share one thing. When I started this data analytics course under the Board of Advanced Studies and Research of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, I do not know whether any students of the data analytics course students are available in this auditorium or not. Initially, I make some collaboration with the Indian Statistical Institute, and I have requested some of the faculties from the Indian Statistical Institute so that they can be associated with us to impart this knowledge of data analytics for my students. The problem is this: when the Indian Statistical Institute faculties came, when I was discussing with them, they told that without Python, without R, the data analytics course cannot stand at all. The problem is this: in the first session or in the first batch, when I incorporated this Python and R, the resistance started coming from the students. The students were telling, sir, we cannot adopt this Python and the R. It's just going above our head. We are not in a position to cope up. So at the time, I have to change my module. I have to change again. And then I have made it simplified. Now, again the students are telling that now it is okay. But one thing is this: future is there for the data analytics, and we have to cope up with the new learnings. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have nothing more to add here, but then just 30 seconds. Friends, how to do this? The execution part is always a challenge. So be it any profession, we need to be a generalist first, then to be on the specific. For those students or young professionals, my only request is, my submission is very clear. There is absolutely no charm in taking straight away into the specifics or the specialist thing. No, you can get caught there. Therefore, my only feeling is you need to really understand the basics. For example, how the cost is rolled up, how the things are done. And if you look at any overseas education or other academics, there should be a collaborative way, interdisciplinary way. In fact, if you look at other professions, I'm talking about legal and other things, they're looking for other professions to help them to come to it. For example, in my case, let me tell you very clearly, just being a cost accountant has definitely given me a small edge over others when it comes to presenting before the honorable tribunals. So therefore, there is a huge opportunities, and please believe in yourself. I know we will always make mistakes, no doubt on it. And if you look at the number of mistakes which other professionals make, we are hardly nothing. I've realized myself that, when I started off appearing before the tribunals, how will I change, how will I face these advocates? How will I make this possible? Believe me, we are far better. We are far better, and I'll tell you why. We professionals go straight away into the merit. We professionals go straight away into, especially finance professionals go straight away into the merit. Whereas the lawyers look into the procedures, whether that has been served, notice has been sent, there is stamp post there and all those things. The moment that pleadings are over, our professionals have got strong edge. Therefore, my urge is those who are into profession or those who are taking a profession, already practicing cost accountants or chartered accountants or company secretaries, please do not lose an opportunity in appearing before NCLTs or taxation tribunals. And the opportunities are corporate law and insolvency. Insolvency, in roughly put in one word, is the profession of professions, mother of all professions. The way you get whatever experience which you garner through all these years will be definitely a good start in your profession as an insolvency person. I'll just leave it that. Before Vijay takes over this particular session, I'll just have a few pleasantries to be done. I would request Papan sir. Papan sir is here. Papan sir, can you just come over and take over? We have got a small pleasantries here. Vijay, you have to be here. Pleasantries, you can just. Okay, thank you so much.
Anyway, having called me, I just want to share. Shooting, Shankar Panikar brother was congratulating others when they were clearing IPA, RVO, all this examination. I was watching. So I called and fired him. He said, did I do anything wrong? He was asking, did I do anything wrong? He was asking. I said, no, you are doing a wrong thing. You are only congratulating. When are you going to appear for those courses? Immediately, he told Anna what to do. I said, contact the first person in the country who cleared IPA is our own Vice President, Vijender Sharma. And Shankar Bhai contacted Vijender Bhai, and the next examination, Shankar Panikar sir cleared IPA. So, hearty congratulations to you. So, whatever he is telling, he is practicing. He is not telling for the sake of others to understand and to do, but he himself is a person who has practiced that, and he is now an IPA also. So, thanks to Shankar Panikar sir for congratulating people. So, don't ask me, sir, whether you cleared IPA. I have only right to fire others. So I fired, now he is an IPA and he is shining also. First assignment itself was huge assignment he got. So Guru is there, Sishya is there. So I was that link between Tanak. Like that, Devashit Dada was telling, our own council colleagues are also doing so many courses and this thing. It is not that we ask others to do. But in my case, nobody has told so far. Even if they tell, I will have to decide whether I will do or not. I have sufficient, I am very happy with whatever I have. So let me think later on. आपका जो कोर्स है उसमें शामिल होगा या नहीं होगा बाद में देखेंगे अभी तो बाकी लोगों को. So somebody there should be there to preach also, no? Not to practice. So I am in that category. So thank you, Shankar Bhai. You please take charge of the.
Thank you so much. So we have, may I request, we'll start, no? Okay. May I request Muthu sir to kindly hand over the memento to the president and chairman of the session. BB Goyal sir, a man with immense knowledge. In fact, ever since I have associated with our institute, I clearly remember the speech which were made in Mumbai, Pune, and all those things. A man with deep understanding of costing, cost audits, and other regulators, and a deep understanding of connectivity. So whatever little, especially during 2011 days, when it came to compliance and other things, he has made a lot of cost accountants, not fully confident cost accountants to jump into the profession during 2011. I clearly remember. And not just that, he never minced the words. In one of the sessions, I think it was in Mumbai, he was literally shouting at the members, no, this is not the way you have to do. You have to write articles on the, journals, then only you will develop yourself. So thank you so much, profusely thank you so much for, inspiring us. Yeah. No, I would request fast chat.
said you are. No, no, please come. Please. Please come. Please come.
Thank you, Chairman SARC. So, I know it's late in the afternoon. We are on time, thank you. So going back into the cricket history, let me talk about cricket a little bit. Remember those test cricket days? 5 days the match happens, and then at the end of every day we used to only watch the highlights. Then came the ODI cricket, and those who had the time watched the whole match, otherwise we were watching the highlights. Today we have what is called T20, everything is highlight. Today the speakers, everything that they said, everything that they shared is a highlight. So it's a very, very difficult task for anyone to summarize what has been said today. So before I go further, please give a big round of applause to all the panel of experts who are here. But just to bring out the key aspects that came out, I would bucket them into 3 things. Number 1, I think there has been a substantial amount talked about technology. Number 2, the changes in the business models that are taking place. And therefore, with these 2 in mind, the point number 3 was how the role of CMA should, or professional accountant should change, and how do we adapt to that change. I think that's how the 3 key things have been talked about. There are a lot of technologies that are in place today: blockchain, AI, cloud computing, ML, robotics, Tableau, data analytics, you name it. And the thing is that they are all aggregating together and playing a role in the industry today. So one thing that I will pick from what Hamid sir said at the beginning is the analogy of the calculator analogy. It pretty much applies to all the other technologies also. In that example, the guy did not know how to use a calculator, therefore we laughed at his situation, right? We could very well be laughed at if we are not adapting to the sheer pace at which technology is changing. It could become a disruptor if we do not adapt to it. But we are very sure that as CMAs, as CAs and other professional accountants, we are capable of adjusting to the change. The other thing that was brought up, I think Goelji spent some time talking about the changes in business models. If you do not adapt with the change that is taking place rapidly, you would perish, right? And then he did, bring up some examples. When we think about just the past 2 years during COVID, with the situation that we were in, there were certain industries that were totally out of place, right? If you take hospitality as a scenario, or you take retail as a business, right? They were out of business very rapidly. And at the same time, some other industries have picked up with their technology base to be able to fill the gaps of the opportunities that were filled. So I think as professional accountants, we should continue to keep a close eye on the changes in the business models, and how do we play a role in adjusting the right strategy for the businesses. And the third aspect that I talked about is change of role of professional accountants. I think in a nutshell, what was coming out was there are 4 phases of a professional accountant, so to speak. I think all of the speakers brought about these points very clearly. Compliance is one. Finance operations, which includes the GL or accounting, AP, AR, so on and so forth. Funding is the third part, somewhere it came up, and then strategy, right? So I think the role of, even some of the other speakers also talked about how long accounting profession has been in place. So the role of accounting will still have these components. Where we spend our most time will change. I think compliance and finance operations is being taken care by technology, and our role will shift in how do we manage our finances and how do we help the business in their strategy. I think in summary, this is what has come out very well in the session today. There are a few things that I would also like to highlight, and when B.B. Goyal Saab was speaking, he talked about the changes in businesses. One example that came up to mind was in a talk, Warren Buffett, he presented the top 30 companies that existed in the world in the year 1990. And he has just listed what are all the companies, and number of Japanese companies were showing up there. And then he has shown in 2020 which are the top 30 companies that are leading in terms of market cap or revenues. And what he was trying to show is that the companies that were top in 1990 did not even feature in the top 100 in 2020. So that means that's how the change is going to be. And what he was trying to say is in 2050, these new 30 companies also may not exist. So I think that's a very, very important lesson Goyalji has brought up. Thank you very much, sir, for that. Ranjit Agarwalji, of all the other things that were talked about, he did talk about how important it is for us to take care of the health of a company. Be a job seeker. Do not be a job seeker, but be a job giver. Thank you very much, Ranjitji, for your talk. You also brought up how social media is, helping the government as well in terms of its operations. I could quote one recent example, sir. GST has issued notice to a particular event management company, even though they have not quoted their revenues in the books, based on the social media posts of the event management company. If itne sare events, if you are doing, where is the revenue? Where did the money go? Why is it not showing up in the GST books? Thank you, Ranjit ji. Deboshish ji, thank you very much for bringing up the highlights of the new courses that are coming up and, making sure all of us are up to speed. I think that's a very important thing for us to continuously learn and be abreast with the changes. Thank you for that, sir. Thank you, Chittuda, of all the various interesting points that you talked about. The highlight I would say is we as professional accountants have a larger responsibility in the inclusive growth of this nation. Certainly agree, and thank you for bringing that point up, sir. Dr. KCH AVS and Murthy, sir, thank you very much for your thoughts shared, highlighting on ethics, the role of ethics in the role of a professional accountant. Thank you, sir. CA Jambu Saria, sir, thank you for all the thoughts and comments shared. We definitely will focus on moving away, especially for the students, moving away from memory-based education to application-based education. Thank you for those comments, sir. I will also like to thank Henanaike sir, Vijendra Sharma ji, Raju Iyer sir, our own beloved H. Padmanabhan sir for making this whole thing happen. Shankar Panikar ji, chairman of SARC, Trivandrum chapter, the office bearers, the members, the staff, the students, everybody who are behind this event. Thank you very much. I'm sure there is a valedictory. And last but not least, today is a day where we don't have the patience. Our attention span is very low, right? We take the phone and we keep swiping up even if the video is 30 seconds. So our attention span is so less. With that kind of scenario, if all the audience are sitting here attentively till the last minute, this audience certainly deserves a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman. Over to you.
That was a really knowledgeable session. Now, I invite our beloved Padmanabhan sir for the valedictory session.
So we are coming to the valedictory session. I request Jambu Surya sir, Ranjit sir to please be on the dais. Others can take the front row. बाहर नहीं जाने का, नहीं इधर बुलाऊंगा. नहीं आप बैठिए. So I request our Honorable President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA P. Raju Iyer sir, to please come out to the dais. I request Vijender Bhai, मेरा छोटा भाई, Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, to Hariyar Subramanian sir. Valedictory. 5-10 minutes, sir. Goyal sir, actually he want to talk to you. please, you can come here. Thank you. So I request CMA Neeraj Joshi Bhai, the chairman of the Management Accounting Committee, and who has ensured that for the first time in the history of the Institute, Management Accountant Day was celebrated in Mumbai, to please come out to the dais. Shankar Bhai is already there. I request Rajesh Sayer sir is here, Treasurer SARC is here. Whenever he comes, yes, please come. Normally he takes care of Avijit Goswami, so I thought he will be sitting here. Please come out to the dais. Sit down. So I request all of you to please take the seat. I will also join. So this is a valedictory session. In fact, we have to tell something how to conclude. But according to me, this is not a valedictory. This is a beginning. We have started a wonderful program like Bibi Goyal sir was telling. It should be organized at nook and corner, this thing of the various cities in the country. So today it is in Trivandrum, so people in Trivandrum also got that feeling. Otherwise it has been telecasted across the globe. Members are watching, so many WhatsApp messages, things are coming. People are asking why you are not replying today. As Vijay Kiran Bhai told, I have not touched any of the WhatsApp messages except for one person. I requested him to put a hi to me when I was sitting inside the hall. Even Yogesh Guptaji's phone call also I missed. People from my home are calling because I have 4 numbers, 2 mobile. I just kept it there, but now it has been brought here. The point is we were able to, whatever time I could spend here, I could listen to certain important things. And before we start the session, because everybody were talking about the future, this, that and all. So I request Raju Iyer sir and Vijender Bhai, along with other dignitaries on the dais. We have one All India rank holder amongst us. His rank is 49. He has shared that rank with another boy from Kerala, from Malappuram, where our Askar Ali Bhai and team are coming. So Abhijit Bhai is here. Abhijit Mohan is his name. He hails from Trivandrum, sir. So I will be very happy if we can bless him with a shawl. And I request Abhijit Bhai to come out to the dais. And Padma Shruti, your shawl. Give a very big hand to him. All India rank 49. And I specifically request our Pranabandhu Dwivedi sir and Raghavendra sir, if they are here, Bangalore Managing Committee members, they are here. Please, because Raju sir, this boy wanted to have physical program, so he changed the orientation program from Chennai to Bangalore, and they took care. Please come, you should join. Devashis Dada, you are the chairman of your orientation. Your boy, na? Come. Yes, sir, I know him very well, sir. Congratulations. So he attended that orientation program in Bangalore. That is why I am requesting Guruji, he is yoga guru, Pranabandhu Dwivedi sir and Raghavendra sir, please join. Come this side, na? Everybody are going there. Come this side. Arey Devashis Dada, come this side. So that wo center mein ho jayega na, bacha. Please give a very big hand, and Trivandrum chapter requires collects that Trivandrum chapter student has got All India rank. Thanks to the faculty members who have taught him and ensured that he got a rank.
Thank you, Papada sir.
Yes, very good. Arey, you should thank the chairman. He is the chairman.
So he got rank in the final.
Final. Abhi, arey, job mein mil gaya. You have given me job also.
Yes, Cash, kindly share your experience with the ITC so far, which you have worked with ITC, just to some extent. About orientation also, that how the universal investment placement is oriented.
Okay, about orientation, I definitely want to thank our dear Papan Bhai, because like initially എനിക്ക് ചെന്നൈ ആണ് campus കിട്ടിയത്, and at the very last moment I came to know that it is a online session. So 13 days it will be online and 2 days offline. So I immediately contacted Papan Bhai, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ Papan sir, to check if whether I can shift it to nearby chapters. So അതൊരു സെക്കൻഡ് സാറ്റർഡേ ആയിരുന്നു. ഐ സ്റ്റിൽ റിമെമ്പർ ദാറ്റ് ഒക്കേഷൻ. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് എ സെക്കൻഡ് സാറ്റർഡേ ആൻഡ് സൺഡേ. ആൻഡ് മൺഡേ the orientation will be starting in Bangalore. So all the SARC institute offices are off. So I just give him a text that whether it is possible. So he took just 2 hours. He contacted the council members and he immediately replied that, Abhijit, you can book a ticket to Bangalore. Your orientation session has been successfully shifted to Bangalore. So first of all, I need to give a very big thank you. And that is my start. Then immediately the 15 days orientation was very effective, and I will definitely suggest never miss a physical session that institute is organizing. And I need to thank the Bangalore chapter for giving all such, we even celebrated Holi there, right? So all the support from their side. And coming to this campus, I actually registered in 2019. 2020, I appeared for Inter. Thankfully, I cleared both the groups. Then in May, exams were not there. Then appeared finally in December 2021. Thanks to Institute, I cleared with the all India rank. Then coming to campus, I opted Chennai as a campus, so it is nearby since. Then I got elected in ITC, so it's been 2 months since I was working in ITC, Bangalore head office. And all thanks to Institute, before the CMA qualification, I was working with Asian News here in Trivandrum. And from thousands to lakhs was a shift, that only because of this CMA degree. So my advice to upcoming students, focus on this profession and you will be rewarded a lot. So all the very best to you guys. Take it seriously. It's a very regarding profession. And thanks to thanks to all. Thank you.
So today, in fact, our program was a cover.
Ambassador of the institute. So you will work hard with the ITC in such a way that next couple of years their HR department will contact us, so that in every campus they will come.
Definitely, sir, definitely. And coming to sir's profession, I would like to say, in the meantime, after the exams, December 2021, there was a gap of 2 months. So the campus started on March. So I got hardly two months and 2.5 months. So I immediately registered for this forensic audit course of our institute. So it's a very wonderful course and it is structured very well. So you can make use of it and it will be an added advantage when it comes to the campus. So yes. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
That I only want to mean it.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you very much, Abhijit Bhai, for coming and sharing your experience and accepting our honor. So this is a valedictory. I was just telling, since he told I was working with Asianet News, I just remembered today the program was covered by Kairali News. So next time onwards, ensure that such important programs are covered by your Asianet News also. Yes. We are watching Asianet News always because there is apolitical. So we want such type of this thing. Like he was telling, you should remember to tell wherever possible our costing and this thing comes. Okay, right? So I was telling this is the valedictory session and I would like to listen from our chairman, management accounting committee, Neeraj Bhai. In fact, we requested him to be on the inaugural session, but then he could not. But Jambusaria sir is a person who, for the first time in the history of the institute, we have celebrated International Management Accounting Day. And आप दोनों महाराष्ट्र से आ रहे हैं, तो I congratulate. Maharashtra people are very smart and dynamic. They do innovative things also. So I request Neeraj Joshi Bhai to say a few words on this occasion, because he is one of the person. See, I was given certain committee, I will not disclose, but I can share, which was nowhere related to my way of living in SAFA. So I requested Balwinder Singh sir, I requested Bisrup Dada that you have made me chairman of a practitioners forum. I told I practice so many things, but I cannot. So I requested Balwinder sir, after talking to Neeraj Bhai, and all the SAFA committee meeting where I was invited for the past 2 years, everywhere, all the meetings were attended by Neeraj Bhai, so he has every right to participate in the valedictory function, I felt. Only thing is, he was a little bit unlucky because we were called the committee meetings in various places, but due to Corona, he has to sit in his home or office and attend the meeting. Otherwise, he would have enjoyed the travels also. So this time, Raju Iyer sir and Vijayendra Bhai, entire team has given a committee where we are related and we are able to do this. So I request Neeraj Bhai to share his this thing. You want mic there or you can come? Please. Let us give a big hand and welcome Neeraj Bhai. And he is the youngest council member. Youngest council member. By another person is 50 days or 60 days.
Thank you, Papan Bhai. It's been a wonderful half day of deliberations on what are the opportunities or what the future lies for the professionals and specifically in the accounting domain. We had a very beautiful panel discussion as well. So I will not be adding too much to it, but few thoughts that came to my mind when I was listening to the panel discussion. That we all talked about moving towards maybe more analytical job or contributing or making use of the technology. If you ask me, really speaking, if you want to do that, we have to focus ourselves from purely accounting knowledge to maybe knowledge of economics and statistics along with programming. Because when we talk about having good hold on programming, specifically in the domain of data analytics, the crux of the matter is your knowledge of statistics or your knowledge of programming. So these are the areas where the future generation or people like me or you also, those who are in practice, we have to focus. And maybe our syllabus, which is already there now, we have to maybe tune it to the way that it covers more into economics, more into statistics. Because when we talk about we shall analyze things and Russia-Ukraine war and how accounting knowledge is not going to help any of the country. It's the economics knowledge that helps the countries, not the accounting knowledge. When you talk about information systems, I myself have done a bit of qualifications in that domain. I do consulting in IT sector as well. But then your knowledge of statistics is more important, which majority of the students here would say that what sir is talking about, aap ek statistics ka paper badha diya to hum to fail hi ho jayenge. But that is not how you shall approach. When I cleared my CMA, there was a very difficult paper on mathematics and statistics. Over the years, it had been watered down to a great extent, which I have always felt that that is not how, at least as CMAs, we shall approach. So maybe as an additional knowledge, your knowledge of statistics and IT systems also is going to play a lot of role. Your logical reasoning shall improve. If you are going to work into Python, we talked about Python and data analytics. Your accounting knowledge is of no use for that. Because that is what precisely the IT system is going to do. So what knowledge you need to understand is knowledge of programming. So Python, if you are doing, you need to know how the programming works, how the logic behind the programming is. So these are the techniques which I feel will help the next generation, not purely the accounting knowledge, which anyways the profession is going to teach you. So that is where maybe we need to have a little focus on. And of course, we need to take cues from the people who are already there in the practice or in the profession who have made it large. So I always tell the next generation that knowledge will take you to only a certain level. In profession, what matters are your contacts. So build the contacts, correct? So that is what is going to make a difference between maybe an average professional and a very successful profession. Everybody is same by the way of knowledge is concerned. The profession is driven by the contacts and interpersonal relations. So maybe improve on that, or that is where maybe some kind of a training is also required. So Debashish Dada, you can think from that angle, and that cannot be an online course, that has to be a personal course, because interpersonal relations can happen only there is a physical contact. But that maybe is something that we need to tell our practitioners or future practitioners, that how to develop that kind of a skill set, which will help them meet any challenge, be it in virtual mode or be it in physical mode. So these are some of my thoughts. In and all, it's a very good session or very good program, and I really hope that such kind of events and programs on deliberations on these topics, they happen all across India in physical mode. So I once again thank the PIB committee and Papan Bhai for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neeraj Bhai. In fact, the council has decided that national practitioners meet we normally have every year. So this time the council has taken a decision and has made Neeraj Bhai as the chairman of national practitioners meet, which is going to happen. And he as a chairman has expressed his willingness to the council back that he wants it to be conducted in southern region. So Vijay Kiran Bhai, Shankar Panikar Bhai, you have to take care. National practitioners meet, because NCC like that in Lucknow, each we decide. So he could have very well gone to this thing, but he is giving opportunity for our southern India people, more people to. So let us thank Neeraj Bhai for supporting the southern region for that aspect also. Rajesh Iyer sir is very happy, I think. So on behalf of all of us, yes दादा आपका योगा सेशन भी करेंगे उसमें. हाँ ठीक है. अभी तो खाना वाना सब तैयार है, हमें जाना है, so ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लेंगे. Everybody have told that on behalf of everybody, our honorable president P. Raju Iyer sir will say a few words. And normally when we conclude some session, next session we used to announce. That is the person who will be the main convener to take charge. And I am very glad to tell Raju Iyer sir that our CA Ranjit Agarwal Bhai has magnanimously come forward to help this committee, being a committee member. He will be the convener and he is going to conduct this in the forthcoming quarter in Kolkata, and date and this thing will be decided by Ranjit Agarwal sir in consultation with Bandara sir and Jambu Saria sir. Their convenience also we should take. So thank you very much Ranjit Bhai for your offer. Like that we will do it, and Goyal sir will be very happy now. Immediately we are announcing next program. So I request our honorable President Raju Iyer sir to say a few words, and then you can conclude it, sir. We will ask Rajesh Iyer sir to say thanks.
Thank you, respected dignitaries on the dais and the after dais. If you want to stay where you are, you have to keep on running. Today's environment, we have to always upgrade ourselves. The knowledge is very, very important. So from morning 9:30, we are having all the knowledges, and so many inputs have come, and which have been very much valuable to all of us. So with this in mind, as our former President of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India said, we have revised our syllabus. We have also revised our syllabus. From August, our new syllabus is being implemented, taking into account all the whatever the new developments are taking place. And we are always upgrading our members also by various certificate courses. For information of all the members and the professionals, we have signed the MOU with IGNOU University by our A2Z Murthy ji, and we are starting the course on agricultural management also from August. So, because agriculture is a main employable opportunity, and creating the opportunities for the professionals, and a lot of FPOs has to be developed, and the value addition has to be created for agriculture. So, with this in mind, we are starting the course on agriculture, certificate course on agriculture act management. And the same way, today, performance is very important. So we will be giving importance to performance and how the audit function has changed to performance appraisal. And our BB goals are giving us a guidance on performance appraisal. Also, we are giving to our members on internal audit, certificate course on internal auditing by Devasith Mitra ji, or Board of Advanced Studies. So, a lot of things we are doing it. Same way, MSME is the backbone of our industry. So, our Chittaranjan Chatterjee has got a member on MSME, and where more than 600, 700 schemes are available to MSMEs, which has been brought by the professionals, whether the cost accountants or chartered accountants or company secretaries. This has to be spread to the industrial people so that they will be able to get benefit and able to contribute for the economy and society and nations. As a professional, it is, we take the responsibility and we will be developmentally reaching to industries, economy and the nation and do whatever possible things. I'm thanking, tomorrow is Golden Jubilee Trivandrum chapter. So we are thanking our Harihar Subramanian sir for taking the initiative and our H. Padmanabhan for bringing us all together in Trivandrum, which is the west end of the country. And as BBL sir, we will be having our program in various places. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we are going to Madurai and we are signing MOU with Madurai, Kamraj and 3 universities, Manavamani universities, and for reaching the students also. So these type of events, all the 3 institutes will join together and we will conduct the program. So next program will be in Calcutta, where we will be having an excellent opportunity and moving further also. I am very much thankful to Trivandrum chapter for making this one happen in a very big way. And thank you very much. Wishing everyone happy, healthy and prosperous days. As a professional, we will move forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Raju Ayer sir. In fact, Raju Ayer sir, I should thank one person for this specific program happening in Trivandrum and also the Golden Jubilee. It is none other than PSM Hamid sir. Because the chairman was from his Tiruchirappalli chapter, he was thinking regional cost convention should happen and he told that, Pappan, why don't you do in Kerala? Then I told Cochin already they have conducted the state level convention. Excellent this thing they have conducted. So then I said, option is Trivandrum or Kanyakumari. He said, keep it in Trivandrum. So it is since long we are doing like that. So it was his idea. This date also, it was 22-23. Later on, Raju Ayer sir, Vijayendra Bhai, everybody's convenience, we shifted to 23-24. So conducting program in Trivandrum was not my idea. The idea is there, we executed. Whatever Hamid Bhai told, we executed. So I thank. So before I invite Pranav Bhai, the Honorable Secretary of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Trivandrum chapter, to say thanks.
August 31st meeting.
No?
August 21st meeting.
You want? Acha, now Honorable President of our Institute and on behalf of President, our Honorable Vice President of SAFA, together they want to do a pleasant thing in announcing it, please.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because you are the vice.
Yeah, we will have SAFA board meeting on 21st August in Delhi. So there, like in
Lalit Hotel.
At Lalit Hotel. And
SAFA Foundation Day.
And
SAFA.
it is SAFA Foundation Day also. You are all invited if you can
And
make it.
a very grand success because whole SAFA members will be there. It will be excellent opportunity to meet all the SAFA members because all the neighboring countries will also be there. We hope all the issues will be settled by that time so that August 21st will be an excellent day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jambu Surya sir and Raju Ayer sir for announcing the SAFA Foundation Day celebration in Delhi. And that is hosted by our Institute of Cost Accountants of India. We are hosting it. This thing. Now I request Rajesh Iyer sir to say a few words, please.
Good afternoon to all of you all. I thank Papan Bhai for having made this occasion a grand success, without which we would not have assembled here. And the Trivandrum chapter, the Golden Jubilee year also commensurated with the time. I should not be taking much time. We had an excellent session since the morning. Our President Raju Ayer sir, Vice President Vijayendra Bhai, Jamburia sir from the Institute of Chartered Accountants and VP SAFA, and Ranjit sir from the CA Institute all have come. And definitely the program is a grand success. And as Goel sir said, we have started from the south of India. That's the lowest point. From here, the same program will take place throughout the country, sir. Thanking you for your good ideas, sir. I thank you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our Honorable Secretary, Trivandrum Chapter, Pranav Jain, to say thanks from the heart. And as a chapter celebrating Golden Jubilee, please be in touch with Dr. Murthy sir and Niranjan Bhai. They are all the people who designed the bylaw, and so many benefits nowadays the chapters are being given. Under Murthy sir, this thing, I think more, what is that, share and other things are now reaching the chapters. So be in touch with Murthy sir and Niranjan Bhai. They will guide you. Because Golden Jubilee, you are eligible for certain things.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. First of all, I would like to thank our institute SAFA PAIB committee headed by our Papan sir for giving us an opportunity to host this wonderful event. And I would like to thank each and every one of the Central Council members and SAFA officials who came all the way from all the parts of India to attend this conference and make it a grand success. Also, I would like to thank all our other chapter members, all from Kerala, Bangalore chapter, all are there. And I'm sincerely thanking on behalf of Trivandrum chapter and this conference for attending this session. After that, I would like to thank all our members, Trivandrum chapter members and the other CMA members who has attended this session throughout and made it a grand success. And also, I would like to thank our volunteers of our Trivandrum chapter students who has been working hard since last 15 days to make this event a grand one. And also our staff members and our entire managing committee has been working day and night for successful happening of the event. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pranav Bhai. And in fact, our Honorable President and team, they would like to honor the two stalwarts. In fact, they are mother of a small kid, but still they have come here. One is Nisha Habi, first woman elected representative in Trivandrum chapter. Maybe she is going to be first woman chairperson also. I used to always tell, when Jyoti madam was there, I used to tell first woman chairperson of SARC. Like that, we bless her. Then Padma Sruthi, my darling daughter, she is also here. Both of them have done an excellent job. We should give a very big hand to them. And when we are honoring these two, it means all of you are honored. Okay, but volunteers complete, because everybody are telling Papan sir, Papan bhai, this thing, I have done nothing. Everything is done by you people, and you have done an excellent. When they congratulate me, I get blessings from people like Jambu Surya sir, Raju Ayer sir, everybody elders. That blessings and everything I am giving to all of you who have really worked hard and done an excellent job. And some of our friends ensured that normally I don't take a dinner that easily. They have ensured that even at night time they have gone to some local shop and got me food and everything. So thanks for each and everything. So I request Nisha Habi madam to please come forward to the dais and take the honor from our President, Vice President and Ranjit sir, everybody please. Jambu Surya sir, please bless our youngsters. I request Shankar bhai, everybody join for the photo. I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request CMA Padma Sruthi to please come forward and receive the blessings from our President and team. I request Niranjan Bhai Chitoda and Murthy sir, please come. You also join, because this is an occasion to honor our young team. Murthy sir, please come.
Sir,
He is a chairman regional council and ma'am. She is my daughter. All are our daughters. Oh, Vijay bhai, ek minute, Vijay bhai, come. Our secretary. Sometimes we forget important things.
Thank you.
So we will take some time to reach the dining hall and all. So we are winding up. Any institute anthem we are not playing. Na? Otherwise, please join for lunch. You are playing. Okay, if you can play the institute anthem, and then we will all disperse for lunch and have a wonderful.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, institute anthem.
असतो मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया असतो मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति.
Friends, today is the birthday of Chandrasekhar Azad and Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Let us take inspiration from those people and work for the country. Thank you.
See, by this, some of the friends were asking me what is SAFA. So this is wonderful occasion. Now everybody are knowing about SAFA, IFAC, CAPA. So more such programs we will conduct.